that's the thing. And we gon' go another day when we don't disagree. And when the sun's shining, regardless if you do believe. Hey, celebrate in the morning when I see your face. Need you more when you go, I need you more every day. Keep a foot on the brake in case I lose all control. Yeah, so baby, don't lose control. I'm focused on you, baby. Lately you've been in my aim. I've been reaching out for you and still they're so far away. Looking through the smoke in the mirror. Crazy how I see you so clear. Crazy how I see you so clear. And how you make me smile. And how you make me smile. Oh yeah. And how you make me smile. Oh baby, how you make me smile. Smile more when I see you. Smile less when I miss you. No, I don't wanna be left alone. Oh no. Smile more when you come back. Smile more when I see you. Smile more when the sun shines bright. Believe me, I need you. Smile more when you blow me up. Smile more when I see your face. Smile more when I feel love. Smile less when I need to let go. Let go. Smile less when I let go. You know I'm full. Smile more when I see you. Smile less when I miss you. No, I don't wanna be left alone. No, don't leave me here alone.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? To another streaming day. Welcome to another Dyson Sphere program stream, to be specific. Yeah, today we're jumping back into this game. We made Purple Science. What else? We're making like a whole exploity off-planet world. I don't know. This game is sweet, and I'm very happy to keep playing it. So welcome. Thank you for joining me today. I have had just the worst week when it comes to insomnia and good night's sleep. So if I'm a little like silly today, that's why. But I still wanted to stream. I still wanted to hang out. Because I'm like, what am I doing anyways? Just chilling at home and playing video games. So let's do that together. Let's be silly. Let's be goofy. Good morning, Skip. C was 26. It happens. I mean, I've struggled with insomnia since I was in is maybe the wrong word. Since like high school. It's an old friend. It's an old companion. Hey, what's up, Koo? Thank you for 17 months, our little pumper. I was getting pretty down on myself. So we did World of Warcraft Heroic raiding last night. I was getting a little down on myself about my parses until I checked parses by eye level and then realized, oh wait, I'm actually doing fine. I'm doing respectable. I purpled for the 3 people in chat who know what that means and cares. That's kind of a big deal. All right, welcome to our new off-world. So if you missed the previous stream, we have created a new setup here where we are producing microchips. Specifically, what are these ones even called? These yellow microchip thingies. They are called processors. Neat. Yeah, welcome to our new off-world facility where we're producing a bunch of processors and we're shipping them all off-world. And we're doing this because we need them for Purple Science, and it just wasn't getting there. Hey, Zarjen, thank you for 8 months. Here's a quick question, anybody. Can you Can anyone hear the sub notification sound? Because I can't. You know what? Actually, give me one quick second. I think I know what's going on. You heard, really? You heard it? Excuse me? Power usage. That's interesting. All right, advanced setup. OBS. OBS should use system. Should be there. Anyways, there, Jen. Thank you for 8 months. Only one more month until I can make a dumb sub baby joke. So, does anybody know a dumb sub baby joke? Yeah. We got to get you prepping in advance, apparently. No, don't close that. Close Blizzard. There we go. All right, hopefully that works next time an alert comes in. So my to-do list today, at least at the start, is to double check the new export planet, which honestly I think is looking pretty good here. Some of the things that we were trying to do at the end of the stream was to ensure that all of this is flush. And I guess one thing we could do before we go too far is let's take a look at our copper production here. Yeah, and realize that we are a little shy when it comes to copper. So let's take this and let's go add it over there as well. So how y'all doing? What's good with all of you? Probably my favorite part of the day is getting to check in with chat. Good there. Okay, let's go ahead with that. So we're going to connect this. Good. Trying to motivate yourself to make dinner. Oh. See, I'm very food motivated, so that's always pretty easy for me. Hey, Skylar! Thank you for that $5 tip. Bad week sleep? Sounds like you need a coffee. Oh, thank you. Oh, Joe's like, all right, fine, I guess I'm making coffee. Is this some kind of space Factorio? Yes, Red Coaster. So if you haven't seen this game before, welcome to Dyson Sphere Program. And to give just like a very quick overview. So Factorio, Planet Factorio, Galaxy Factorio, and you can see we've actually created ships that fly back and forth. And something that we haven't done yet, which might be interesting to check out, is Star Factorio. And we're not quite at this scale yet. And much like the name of the game, Dyson Sphere Program, the goal of this game is to create a Dyson Sphere around a sun to generate a bunch of power. How cool is that? I don't know. I love the scale of this game. Okay, so I want to run this copper probably along there. Do I have enough blocks? And by blocks, I mean conveyor belts. You started building the Dyson Sphere at my own playthrough, and holy moly, does it take a lot of resources. Well, I imagine at the scale of which you have resources available to you, right? You know, literally at a multiple star level, that's deliberate. Trying to make sure this actually works. I think it will. I also want to make sure I give myself enough room that if I do want to expand solar panels, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Going to have to strip mine several planets worth of resources. That's neat. New desk is out for delivery. I just got on shift for work. Oh no. Procrastinating a trip to the DMV. I think that makes sense. Like, why would I go? I had a wonderful day off yesterday. The main part of yesterday was just spent eating comfort food. which, I mean, not a bad way to spend a day off, eh? Okay, so we've arrived here, and we brought ourselves a ton, just a ton of new copper. Now, what do I want to do with this? You know what? Let's just twin what we have. Is that going to work, or is it just going to... a little bit worried about just saturating this line and it not actually getting where it needs to go. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another smelter line just a little bit lower. I only have 5 smelters though. I'm sure I've got enough resources to make more. Yes! I wasn't actually sure. I lied, but I got there. Hey, good morning, goat. I am having a fine morning, thank you. Alright, so let's go ahead and put this here. So the goal... we're going to put a splitter here. And by here, I mean here. And if I find out we have too much copper to sort of like make this left side, right side work, we're just gonna send it over up into there and make it merge. That'll take care of all of our problems, right? All right, please don't run out. That's all I ask. So back on WoW Talk, I have been reassured that I'm actually doing okay. The problem is I play with a lot of people who are really, really, really good at video games, and it's very difficult to not compare myself at that level. How do I insert this into you when you broke here? No, that doesn't work. Maybe it works. Anyways, I've been told that I'm actually doing fine, and that probably part of the reason why I am lagging behind people in terms of performance is I just don't have good enough gear. So now I have to go and get geared. Constantly moving goalposts. So, if you were me, where would you connect this? My instinct... Oh, I got it. I found the cleanest entry point. And it's actually just right here. And then so check this out. And we just put in a balancer. So we go like this. And now we don't have to worry about any shenanigans. Oh, I think that was very clean. And I think that's doing exactly what I wanted it to do. Hey, Devin Sanity, thank you very much for 26 months. So, my hope now is that with this completely flush with copper, the output of these blue microchips is going to be higher. And if the output of these blue microchips is higher, this will become completely flush, which will increase the output of these processors. I just looked up what they are. Yes, processors, good. Good morning, Boiler Snake. Oh, friend. What if I made 1 or 2 more? Hey, Smith, how you doing? It's been a rough morning. I'm very sorry to hear that, but I'm kind of with you on team, just like, I think the words I'm looking for to describe this morning are oofa and or doofa. Man, how would those be for knuckle tattoos? Don't mess with that person. That'd be so ridiculous. Oofa and Doofa's knuckle tats? Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Brooke? Alright, we've added 2 more. I don't really think we have much more room to add any more than this. How was the week? If I had to describe my week at a high level, how would it have been? I think pretty good. Knuckle tats are capped at 4 letters. Sometimes. I mean, I guess you could throw them the thumb, but you're kind of cheating at that point. But yeah, 4 and 4. I don't know. I stand by my decision that Oofa and Doofa are kind of incredible. Yes, there we go. Okay, I think we've done it. I think we've reached saturation. All right, we're going to go ahead and call this done. Ampersand. Done. Hey, Kerbalized. Oh, Doofa's 5 letters. Oh, man. What are the chances that I would have a genius idea and it would be off by 1? I'm like, it took so many people that long to be like, Serge, you didn't actually count this, did you? That's why Smith was saying it's capped at 4. I didn't even put that together. All right, I'm mega happy. Look at that. Perfect. So the next question I have is, do we care to ship green circuits off planet? I don't think I do. Oh, right. You could be that swordsman from The Princess Bride and just have 6 fingers on one hand. Then have like a death vendetta. The swordsman. That'd be really exciting. All right. Let's get off this planet. Off by 1 could be a great knuckle tattoo as well. Ooh. There's the galaxy brain. All right. Where's home? Hello? I could go to space, please. Let's head towards that star. Alright, so my next goal, now that we're in space, is going to be to take these resources and double check how our purple science output is going, because I can't help but notice that our our science isn't really moving at all. Yeah, this science does seem to be stuck, which is not good. Hey, what's up, Lirazel? Good morning. All right. I'd like your bets in chat. Which color of science is the problem? Which color of science is the one that is not moving? My guess is it's red. Because red is hooked up to our oil and gas, which is always broken. It'd be great if it was purple. But it's probably not purple. All of them? Uh-oh. I'd really hope that not literally everything was broken. Oh, wait. Yeah, yellow could be slow because it counts on plastic and stuff, but I think it's going to be red. Hydrogen's just never going to stop being a problem. Why you do this to me, hydrogen? No, red is the one that's had the most problems. Yellow was kind of fine. So red is hooked up as our hydrogen consumption. Yellow and red are now linked. Oh, interesting. Are they? Oh, shoot. You're right, aren't they? Because, yeah, one output is hooked up to hydrogen and the other output is hooked up to refined oil. Ah, buckets. All right, well, let's find out. All right, you ready for this totally sweet landing? It's good. probably tear those out now. All right. Yellow is fine. It is purple, science. Really? Oh, that's odd. Okay, here they are. Maybe we just had to wait for the first shipment to arrive? Because, like, there's literal thousands here now. Do these just suck? Remarkably, it actually looks like everything is flowing pretty well. Let me find... where that oil field even is. Oh, here it is. It's over here. Pretty well, he says, because everything is backed up. Plastic is backed up. Sure, take 5,000. I don't care. No, the game... if planets aren't functioning when you're not on them, the whole premise of this game would fall apart, right? So I think we just need to double the amount of purple generators we have. I think is the easy solution, because they're slow. All right, how cheap are these? What am I missing? I have iron. I'm missing glass and green microchips and magnets. Okay. I should have a magnet box. I used to have a magnet box. It's been a few months since you last used your coffee maker, and it turns out I forgot to remove the filter and coffee grounds. Oh no! You have a little bit of growth in there. Yeah, when coffee gets moldy, when wet coffee grounds in particular get moldy, it can just be the most beautiful and hideous color. It's like something out of an alien movie. Like, if you went to an alien world and you saw this creepy fungus that was just covering everything, that could just be coffee. That's spectacular. I know that from, compost bins at cafes that compost all their coffee. All right, was that everything I needed? Yes. So we want another 15 of these. Oh, Joe just brought me more coffee. Oh. It's fine. I'll make green microchips. There's literally no reason not to. It smells so good. Oh, let's take the remainder of these solar panels and maybe do something with them too. How's power on this world? Oh, we're laughing. It's fine. Just a bit. It's brown, green, and white. Ooh, those are some exciting colors. Those are some very exciting colors. The real crazy one is when liquid coffee grows mold. I haven't experienced that. How long did that have to sit for? Good morning, Chris. Serge, no. That dropship is in coffee. All right. Ore consumption is cheaper. Our mining speed is output by 10%. Each mining operation consumes fewer veins, and the mining speed is faster. That's great. That's our second upgrade for that. So now we have... You know what? I actually think I'm going to get... I was thinking of getting rid of this research because it's only purple, but then I thought better of it. Alright, so what happens if I double this? My hope is only good things. Oh hey, I haven't done a great job of announcing this locally, but since I have coffee and Chris is in chat, a fun announcement for everybody. So on Saturday, we're going to be doing a bonus loading ready run stream, which is going to be a behind the scenes sort of like panel on Coffee with Serge with myself and Chris, who's in chat, Chris G. Miller, who is our primary camera person, as well as part of one of the big reasons the show even happened. If I go here, does that reach? It works. Great. So yeah, look forward to that. It's going to be hosted by Graham. Hosted, chaired. It's sort of an interesting way to do that. And we're going to go over all of the episodes. And talk about some of the neat stuff from behind the scenes. Maybe do some Ain of Qs as well. Okay. So now I'm consuming all of the fiber optic cables that we were making. Oh, right. Buckets. Shoot. Hey, remember how 20 of these could only fuel 15 of those? So it turns out if I double, I might have to double this as well. All right. I mean, it'd be rude not to. So let's grab 20 more of these constructor thingies. Oh, I already have 15. Oh, that's nice. And let's try and think of how we want our conveyor belts to work here. Oh my goodness, if we could copy paste. Oh, my life would be so good right now if we could just copy paste everything. Oh, wait a second. I didn't notice this. I had one of these just not working. I mean, that's not going to solve the issue, but... Yeah, the only downside is this was so pretty. Alright. Maybe there's a better way. I don't know if that's it. Does that work the way I want it to? Here's the real test. Doesn't. Vertical splitters might be an interesting idea. They can't get as tight as we want them to either, but Maybe they can. Those are exactly 90 degrees the way I didn't want them to be. Maybe it is this way, because we keep the ground level ground, and then we output the other one higher. Alright, let's try this. So the real question is, what happens here? Wait, this actually almost works. Oh, wait. Oh. So, now the question is, how do they go? How do they input? No? I don't want it to be too criminal. But he says. I mean, that ain't bad. And then we offset them this way by 1. Right? By 2? Looks like I can get away with it by 1. Like that, right? Everyone loves some good belt crimes. These aren't even your worst belt crimes. I don't know if you're being supportive or not, Twitch chat. Hold on. Am I being negged? What's happening here? Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to ensure that it still works. You really like this solution? What do you think of that? It's maybe not the most compact, but I think they all end up where we want them to and in the same order. Actually, I'm suddenly realizing they didn't need to be in the same order. Spaghetti. Like... These are impressive belt crimes? Okay. So what happens if I just plug this in? Oh, no. I'm realizing it'll also be a little bit more elegant if I did this. Why don't you work? Are you not connected? Okay. Okay, good. Let's just make sure this works. One, two, three. This was the really important part that everyone cared about, was that the grabby hands were orderly. Don't worry, chat. I see you. I'm sure this is very important to have at least one person in chat. Are we building a Dyson sphere? That is the end goal, correct? Oh, I have to move this. This is a problem. That can't be right. Connect? It did connect. That's weird. Wait, I thought these could fit in between somewhere. Okay, I guess they can. Alright, so yeah, the final thing we have to do is our outputs. Now we're here. Now we're there. Oh, they're just really slow. It's like, wait a second, where are my outputs? The answer might surprise you. Why are these ones yellow? Oh, because they're not being supplied anything. And I was like, watch them come to life. There we go. There we go. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Okay. I personally think that's kind of fancy. This is the first ever Dyson sphere to be constructed. Why not simply call it the Surge Sphere? That's... yeah, I don't see any reason why not to, honestly. Alright, so let's take a look at this now. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of these that are not constructing. I would still need to make more. Oh, heck, you're right. I didn't double it at all. I only added another 50%. Shoot. Buckets. UFA and or DUFA. I was so proud of myself, and I thought my spaghetti crimes were done. Can I supply... you know what? Yeah, our demand isn't actually all that high. Oh, why can't I copy-paste in this game? Alright, well... nice catch, Twitch chat. I almost missed that. Well, I think I would have clued in pretty quickly when I noticed that my science wasn't actually going anywhere. So what do I do about this, though? I was so proud of my conveyor crimes. Improve the research speed of the Matrix lab. Move the microchips and add another 3 pipes. It's not a bad idea, actually. These are outputs. What? You can just do the same split again. Is this working? Oh, no, it's not, because this is supposed to supply. There we go. I do like the idea of just simply move it forehead. I do kind of like the... It's got a good ring to it. No, 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 no! Got there. You ever almost fled a very important line with not the right thing? Asking for a friend? Alright, so here's my new plan. Here's my new plan. Just the most beautiful conveyor belt crimes. No, you become tubes. Oh, I should just be using this. Oh, that's so much more elegant. Alright, so check this out. Nope. Like where this is going, chat? See where this is going, chat? I actually think it needs to be a little bit tighter still. Oh, I hope I have enough room for all of this. Okay. I need you to go up immediately. Don't go up. Don't go up. What part of don't go up are you struggling with here? No, go up. So the question is, do I have room for 3 here? I do. So here's the plan. Here's the play, Twitch chat. Feels good. Isn't that beautiful? This hardly looks criminal at all. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, let's go. And here we see the glorious spaghetti. I'm a little bit concerned that there doesn't seem to be gaps within which I can get power. But that'll come in a second here. Let's plug all this in. So we do Are these perfectly lined up? What have I done wrong? These are not offset quite enough. Which also means I can clean up these spaghetti crimes a little. Let's try this again. That's all bad. Somehow struggling here. Do I need to offset it in a different direction? Yeah, we're at a point where the grid changed here, so it's not quite lining up. So I guess I could bump it back. And you can be more than off by 1, Cowarty. Like, we have that up here at this end. It does work. The issue I'm having is with the bend. Yeah, the other thing we're having is you can see the lines don't line up quite as well, so whatever. Let's just make it work. Perfect. Perfect? Announcer's voice. It was in fact not perfect. I think we got it. I think we got it. Nope. I think we got it. Good, good, good. Goodish. Uh-oh. Okay, putting in a gap. Wait, does that mean they're now perfectly across from each other? I'm in a heavy workflow period and I have the stream on in the background, and hearing Serge talking through this without video has been A+. Glad. I'm glad you are entertained, Koo. Do an extra big gap? Kind of hate it, but I might have to. All right, logistic vessels and drones can transport more cargo each time. Let's look into our tech tree a little bit more before we do any more. Sure, the mecha core. Or now more mecha. And let's check out Universe Exploration 3. Able to view veins in planetary systems within 6 light years. That's very exciting. You also hate it? Yeah. Unlocks more solar sail life. We haven't done any solar sail yet. And let's also NQ ray transmission efficiency. And you can see, ooh, listicle capacity. All right, we are getting to the point where we do need to check out green science soon. Oh, this bothers me so much. Just so very much. Alright, whatever. Nope. Curse you, round planet. How could you do this to me? What if this side only had 3? Have we thought about that as an option? Maybe the math checks out. Wait, did I make it work? Okay, I got one working there. And now I just need to get one more working somewhere here. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Right? Look, we're totally flush on blue now. Actually, we're totally flush on blue now. So we didn't even need those more. We don't actually even need... What? Actually? Hold on. Casually this whole time as we've been trying to solve for this, it turns out we have... Yeah, we're actually totally fine. There we go. Look at that. No problem, Twitch chat. Now, if that isn't just the most perfect mistake you've ever seen, I don't know. Oh, the happy little accident moment right there. I don't know what is. All right, let's give you... Oh, we could be supplying way more of all of these. Okay, these please. Good. These please. Oh no. Anything else I want to get rid of in my inventory? Oh yeah, we can have these. Good. And these. What? Why would it go away one at a time there? Oh well. Well, whatever. Oh yeah, I'm plastic. I don't care about plastic. Yo, look at that research go. Well, reminder, we just got the technology boost that lets science go 60% faster, right? Let's just go ahead and say 2,000. I don't think there's any reason not to just up these limits now. And yeah, we want to fly as much of this planet as possible. This is awesome. Look at it go. All right, I wonder if yellow science is going to be the new problem. Maybe not, because we have had an opportunity to just really backlog science for a while now. Well, that feels good. That's excellent, actually. All right, blue science is doing its best. Red science is now flowing. Look at this go. All right, hydrogen is fine. We've got our hydrogen overflow area. This is all pumping at full capacity. Is that English? Is that how one pumps? We're sending all of these out. Yeah, we don't seem to be backing up on anything. And actually, using sciences at different rates, I think, is a good thing for us. Because it does let us allow different ones to stockpile just in case. I don't know. We're just going to assume that everything is perfect. All right, so the next thing on our to-do list, done and done, is going to be to scale gas giant exploitation to 4. So currently we only have one gas giant exploitation station. Oh shoot, I have to request like a whole bunch of these, eh? That was on planet the 3rd? Okay, well let's fly here. And let's make ourselves a bunch of these. So, I need the fancy titanium, which I have quite a bit of. Need a bunch of these, okay. So let's start with titanium. Fly over to our science, our purple science area. Grab some of these microchips. Aren't the drone swarms just like the coolest in this game? Oh, I don't have a lot in storage. I'll take it all. So this is a problem. We have 1,000 in transit. That's going to struggle to keep up with demand. Or maybe it's perfect. I don't know. We'll see. How many of the charged batteries do you have stockpiled at this point? Shouldn't there be a ton? You're correct, but they're all on a different world. And I don't have a way to access them on this planet. We haven't really thought of an elegant solution. Right, so that's good. Manual research. Actually, hold on. Maybe I want this one a little bit sooner. There we go. Logistic vessels are these, right? Yes, they are. So it increases the carry capacity. So if there's only 1,000 en route, that's not right. I should have way more than 1,000 coming. I only have 500 coming. Oh, I guess they go back empty. That's not something I'm going to worry my little head about too much. Short steel and titanium. Steel is easy. Titanium is easy. He said, crossing his fingers. Please. There we go. Good. All right. The fact that I'm not auto-producing these is maybe silly. Because it does look like it's something I'm going to need a bunch of in the future. Maybe that's something we set up on our to-do list. Yeah. Hey, what's up, lawful neutral wizard? How are you doing, friend? Welcome. So yeah, we should be making assembly machines. Okay. That should be pretty straightforward, actually. And I think I also want to be making planetary logistic stations. Maybe? Have a good lurk, Zergen. Show the solar system who's boss. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. That's so pretty. Just like watch us fly, just flying through that science, right? Checking it on Dyson a week later, it's looking a little different. Yeah, we made just a tiny bit of progress. What is that laser-looking thing next to the logistics system? So this is the ability to launch solar sails into orbit. We haven't actually done anything with solar sails yet. I don't know what they do. Use the EM rail ejector to launch a large number of solar sails to form the Dyson swarm, which can more effectively obtain the radiant energy of stars. So I don't know what that red crystal is, which is kind of cool. The magic is that the natural optical grading crystal in the cluster can directly do this. So I think I want the ability to go to another world. And I get that from... I think I have to go to another star if I want to do that? I don't know. Yeah, drive engine 4. Requires gravitational wave refraction. Gravitational wave refraction. Unlocks the graviton lens, a piece of neutron star material that has been encapsulated after processing. Its twisted and powerful gravitational field is shielded in a container. Usually, we'll use it to process and change the spatial structure. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means, but let's enqueue that. Yeah, I think let's get that done. Hey, what's up, Jandolph? Hyperspace seems very exciting. But yeah, we need to learn eventually. I can't just keep putting off all of the challenging things that I don't want to have to think about in this game. All right, so now I want to make 3 of these, and then we want to take 3 of those and turn into 3 of these. So we have to fly to another world. Hope you're all having a great time. I really am, honestly. Thank you for checking in. Hope you're also having a great day. So this looks like it's all working. And honestly, with the amount of power we're getting from solar now, I do wonder if... I can get rid of some of these reactors. Because if we don't get rid of these reactors, we're not going to be able to stockpile deuteron fuel rods for ourselves, right? How many planets are we on? We are on 3 planets and 1 gas giant. We basically exploited our entire starting system. And actually, out of curiosity, for people who have played, how many planets were in your starting system? Because we only had 3. So I do really feel like we're going to need to move to another star pretty quickly here. You only had 3 as well? Is that pretty standard? Okay. You've restarted 3 times and it's always been 3. Okay. Green moon, a gas giant, and 2 barren planets. Oh. I guess that's pretty standard stuff, eh? So this looks like it's working as well as it can. Sometimes there are 2 moons for gas giant, but only 1 other planet. Alrighty, alrighty. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and... Oh, these are mega full. Wow, I had no idea. I'm gonna remove 2 of these. See if that doesn't allow me to stockpile. Because I got all these solar panels. Alright, let's get distracted for half a second here. And I want to lay down more solar panels on this world. And I want to use all of that fuel for me. Can I go this way? I can. Excellent. Now that we're mass producing solar panels, I think we can, oops. I think we could probably ease off our fuel consumption for a bunch of other things. Do you ever actually build a Dyson sphere in this game? Yes, that is the end goal. If in Factorio, game over, pardon me, your win condition is building a rocket. In this game, your win condition is building a Dyson sphere. Am I on the wrong side of the equator? Oh my god, I am. Too late! Guess we have to do 3 rings. Yeah, you might not be wrong there. We'll see. Wait, how are these bad? There we go. Watch as the sunrise hits these. And they slowly go from red to blue. How cool is that, eh? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're feeling better today. Hey, what's up, the Alrad? I'm still a little light on sleep, but there wasn't much else I could do about that. Sometimes when your brain just doesn't want to let you sleep, there's not a whole lot you can do. You're now super glad your equipment doesn't speak? How dare you? What does that say about me as a voice actor? When you provide voice lines and you're like, hey, maybe it was better when it was silent. All right, logistical capacity is also better now. What's going on here? Lack of item. Okay, well that's good. That means we've cleared out our inventory. The line was fine. It was the thought of 3 equator rings. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, you having sleep problems? It's who I am. I had the most absurd reason to not be able to sleep the other day. I'll let you into a little insight into my brain. I was sitting there and I was like, man, this is really weird. Man, what if I went back in time, right? And I could change everything. And I was like, okay, I don't want to be a billionaire because I kind of disagree with the concept of billionaires. But what if I was just rich enough? And I was just like, what are you doing, Serge? What are these stupid thoughts, right? You're like, okay, I want to be rich enough that I never have to worry about anything, but not so rich as to be a problem. I was like, but what if I used my money for good? And then I started really stressing about stuff like, but I like where I am in my life. All right, how do I keep the exact same life, but be rich enough that I don't have to worry about anything? And I just started stressing about everything. It was so stupid. I'm like, okay, so I still want to be working with Loading Ready Run. I'm like, but what if I'm so rich I don't have to stream? And I'm like, oh no. And then like a dream we've always had at Loading Ready Run is like, oh man, if we won the lottery, we'd buy like a totally sweet office. And then I just kept going back and forth in my head. I'm like, but if I'm so rich I don't have to work? Oh, it was the worst. It was the worst. And it was so stupid. And then because I knew it was stupid, I started like, Serge, this is really stupid. Just go to sleep. Right? Buy a streamer island, right? So, I don't know. There's reason 1000 of like, why aren't I sleeping? So there you go. There you go. I'm like, all right. So I have perfect vision of the future. So like, obviously we have a vaccine for COVID before it even comes out. Right? Because, you know, when SARS came out, some people were already working on that. I don't know. It was really stupid. Hey, thank you, Kale Stew, who obviously thought this story was good enough to warrant tossing a prime my way. I appreciate that. This is why you're trying your thoughts with audiobooks. Yeah, fair enough. But if you don't have to stream for work, that just means you can spend that time hanging out and playing what you want, instead of what you think will make Bezos money. I mean, I already just play what I want. All right, so we wanted a bunch of these. How are we doing? We've stockpiled 1,000. Great. I need like 100. Sure, 200 it is. Perfect. All right, let's construct 3 of these and let's put the rest back. That's not great. I was kind of hoping we'd have more after all of this. Where's the bottleneck? Sergi, you claim you know how to make a COVID vaccine? No, but if I had a lot of money, maybe I could. Okay, the problem is with these blueies. No, the problem isn't the blueies. The problem is the greens. No, the problem isn't green. The problem is with magnets. Alright, we've discovered a new problem. That's exciting. Isn't it exciting when you discover new problems? Did we know this was a problem? Wait, no, the problem isn't with magnets. The problem is with these magnets. Okay. So where are these magnets being supplied? Do you have enough drones? I have enough drones. So where are we making magnets? We're making magnets over here. Oh, I only have 5 more smelters on me. Just like constantly surprised Pikachu face when I get somewhere and realize I'm just like not flush with resources. Yeah, it's not me, it's the magnets that are wrong. Okay, so let's just give more magnet here. Parallel? Let's just go parallel. So maybe if I just give you 2 streams. Maybe that'll help? Because obviously 1 isn't enough. Alright. Oh hey, let's just make a bunch more of these. Great idea. Great idea, Serge. Wait, bad idea. Okay, turns out the problem wasn't with smelters. Shoot. Because look at this. Now we're just stealing everything. It's actually an iron supply issue. Did we know this? There's no other iron on this planet? I have iron here. No, it's not a travel time issue, it's a supply issue. Making it travel, yeah. So I would agree with that if I would agree that moving the production is a way to fix it if, what are the words I'm trying to use to solve this? Would be if the conveyor belt was totally backed up and things weren't moving. Yeah, so, yeah, that's not the problem. This is the problem. Okay, so this didn't actually do anything, so I'm going to rip these out. Because, like we just discovered, they're not doing anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go steal from that other iron source. Wait, ooh, here's a terrible idea. What if I actually turned all of that iron into, magnets, and then we brought other iron off from off-world to supply those other ones, because like those smelters aren't really doing it for me. And actually, you know what? While we're here, let's do something with this titanium. Because I got all these smelters on me. But Surge, you ask. But Surge, you say. That isn't the problem he sat down to solve. Well, look, I got distracted. Those are the wrong burgers. Okay, that goes in. This goes in, and everything is awesome. Okay, so I need a bunch of smelters now, and let's assume that, I don't know, like 30 of these will be fine. Oh, planets, why you gotta curve like this on me? Can you please move closer? Sure. What if I simply used my magnets to attract more iron? Ooh. There's the galaxy brain suggestion right there. Simply attract more iron, forehead. So it's a good thing we're investing in getting off of our star. Wait, are we? Hold on. Okay, so we've got that done. We wanted solar sail the 4th, right? Drive engine, yes. Unlocks mecha warp. Oh, that's super cool. You can double up the miners on the patches and temporarily fix things, but ultimately you're gonna need to get iron from offsite. That's my thought, Sliver. That's definitely my thought. So that's why we're going to start importing iron ingots and use all of the iron ore on this planet just for magnets. But let's just start getting this titanium off-world. Okay. Oh, that surprised look on my face when suddenly I'm like, why aren't these working? Okay, so we are now shipping more titanium off. Let's go solve our iron issue. Just put out some mouse traps with magnets in them and hide in a bush and wait for iron to get caught. Is that how that works? Wow, I've been mining for iron wrong this entire time. That's embarrassing. So, you are... I'm literally already importing iron from off-world. So if that's the case, what am I doing here? Okay. Okay, let's just grab all the iron now. The robots didn't quite finish the titanium lines you were building. Oh, thank you. I'll go back and fix that in just a second here. Let's just flush all of the iron out of here. Hold on. Do I still have iron in? You there! Okay, well that's really bad. I have to clean these dirty lines now. What is happening here? Do I still have iron in some of these? Like... Ugh, dirty lines, am I right, chat? Okay, you're now good. So where did I want magnets again? I wanted magnets here. Okay, so now we should be supplying, like, mega magnets, right? Alright, we have additional drones. I don't have any power, though. That's bad. Okay, so now that this is just absolutely flush with magnets, correct? Not quite. Not quite flush with magnets. What if I... Shoot. Nice. What if I also injected some a little bit later? Manifolds! On the dark side of the world, so it's a little tough here. There we go. So what we're doing is we're just throwing more at the end. Are you not getting enough? You should be getting enough. Yeah, there we go. The tower also has a second magnet output on the other side. Oh, maybe that's why we're having a tough time. It looks like it's fine, though. Is it fine? Yeah, these ones also need magnets, so that could have been why that was always short. It's so dark on the dark side of the world. Good insight, Surge. Good insight. Okay, so now the 600,000 iron ore on this planet is all being turned into magnets, and hopefully that just makes everything else better. So let's go take a look at this, and we'll go over and do titanium stuff after. So the hope here is that this really increases production of these. And maybe we can scale this now. Can you imagine at any point if I did any math for my ratios instead of just added more? Ah, it's gotta be better this way. It's gotta be better this way, right? Okay, let's really quickly, before I forget, go finish this titanium. There we go. What fun would that be? All right. Okay, so now I'm short. What are you? Let's run it back. Now we're short motors, we are no longer motoring. And that is because we are short iron ore. Right, we're not quite load balancing anymore, are we? Because we just have this. Right, interesting. Okay, there we go. Will that fix it? Maybe? Should get pretty close here. No, this is a problem. Even if you... Right. If I don't count, then I can't be off by 1. I think that's a good way to look at it, right? Alright. You know what? This is all good enough. Announcer's voice. It was in fact not good enough. Is it a conveyor speed issue? No. Yes and no. It's a supply issue. It's a conveyor speed issue. There's a number of issues. Yeah, it gets really dark at night. It turns out when you're really far away from the sun and on the dark side of the planet, all at the same time. Oh, let's get these magnets out of my inventory. Do you need magnets? No, you need motors. You need magnets. Have some magnets. I don't want any of these in my inventory. You know what? I'm going to call this world good enough. This world doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to produce some of these occasionally. So that we're slowly accumulating. Like, we got 2,000. That's plenty. So much iron in my inventory. Have some iron. I'm assuming the dark side of the moon memes have been played out. Not even, man, with the plan. The real question is good enough, good enough. Oh, almost certainly not. Almost certainly not. But we have a gas... Wait, what is this? Space Warper? Consumable used to activate warp in mecha logistics vessel. Use the cap lock key to start a warp engine? What? So I can turn green science into warp. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, it might be time for us to visit a new world. In order to do that, I need to be producing strange matter. Oh, heck. Strange matter has great gravitational negative pressure, which exceeds its energy density, so that the space around the strange matter is warped and meets negative energy demand of the warp engine? What? Okay. I can make that out of green science. We haven't even researched green science yet. Let's find that in the tech tree. Oh, there you have it. All right, so in order to do that, I need to get this done. And then we need to enqueue the quantum chip. Oh, no. See, this is where I start to get, like, a little lost in games like this, is they just keep moving the goalposts. But we'll do our best. You're putting a negative number into a physics equation. It does odd stuff to distance. Cool. That's not how any of this works. Wait a second. Are you saying they're making this up? All right, let's fly back to our star. So now, I believe Sometimes enjoying sci-fi as a physicist hurts. Strange Matter's an actual thing. That's cool. So I follow Phil Plait, the bad scientist on...
You have reached the ability to warp.
Actually, hold on.
When you're out of the planetary gravitational range, you can use the caps lock key to turn on the warp. Each time you turn it on, it will consume a great amount of energy and an additional space warper. If you want to travel freely between the stars, you need to prepare sufficient energy and space warpers.
Sufficient energy and space warpers sounds really cool. Yeah, Phil Plait on Twitter, the bad astronomer. And it's like anytime a new sci-fi movie comes out, there's always this question of like, how much of my brain can I turn off to enjoy this? All right, we're heading to our gas giant because we have 3 more of these orbital collectors, and they're going to be making us fire ice, and I guess we're going to be importing hydrogen. So for importing hydrogen, and now we need a tremendous amount of deuterium, or whatever that stuff is called. Okay, I think it's time now to make the world's largest deuterium thingy. Have we gotten to like reverse polarity yet? Not quite. Antimatter is very scary. That's exciting. Yeah, we're not quite at like monopolar magnets or anything like that yet. So one little UI thing I wish they'd fix is if you're in this space mode and you get a new tech, it does get a little tricky because your mouse is now available, which is tough. Oh, I just hit tab again. Haha, everything is fixed. I take it back. I was the problem. You can see things flying off my world. Ah, it's so cool. All right, so hopefully the gravity of our home world doesn't mess up our landing on our gas giant so that we can find our other orbital station. Ah! Literally as I say that. Okay, hold on. Now... Right, we have to get out of God mode. So that we can have the build lines up. And we want to fly towards... the equator, which is at 0. So we're looking down here. Okay, great. And now we want to fly along the equator until we find our other gas exploitation thingies. Are we being forced to refactor our deuterium? Kind of yes, Jeremy Devoid. Also, it kind of sucked. Like, let's be real. Let's be real. Our deuterium processing was not great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count to 100. And I'm going to make 100 of them somewhere. Should we do this on a new world? Maybe instead of refactoring our existing one, we just leave that tech debt. Because it works, air quotes. And we're gonna just make 100 of these diffractionators or whatever the heck they're called. Yeah, let's just start over. Exactly. Wait, do you mean start over? Start over? Or just make a new one somewhere else? Because I don't want to start over. You made a 10 by 10 array. It's just a big block of space. Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking. Because I made 5 long. Well, we don't have a new planet, unfortunately. All of our planets have been somewhat exploited, and that's fine. So yeah, we're going to make a bunch of these, and we're just going to ship all of our excess hydrogen off the planet. Where the heck is my other one? It was on... Oh, there it is. I think that's it on the horizon, that little orange blip. Turns out gas giants are big. All right, hello? My goal is deuterium. I found that the particle accelerator seemed to be a better bang for buck over the fractionator. All right, give me 1 second on that thought. And let's look into this. Because these are producing hydrogen. Right? Yeah, this is making a tremendous amount of hydrogen as well as a tremendous amount of fire ice. So what I want to do... Oh, wow. They can actually be pretty close together. What I want to do here is take all of this hydrogen and just ship it to my new world. Okay. So now we have just a comedy of these being made, right? Yeah, so we can store 20,000 hydrogen here, and then... How do I get off this world? Hello? Alright, so I need to fly far enough away that I can actually find my planet here. That looks so cool, by the way. There you are. Science is screaming. Very insightful, Snurge, thank you. It's good. He sticks the landing. Is there room to make it on the main world? I'm not worried about transport time again. And no, I don't think there's room on this world for something this big. I'd rather get it off world. So yeah, instead of burning all this hydrogen, maybe I don't care. Right, see, we have this. Are these getting full? Yeah, we just ship all this hydrogen off world now. Okay, so I was told instead of fractionators, Omdurastrix, what were you saying? Instead of the fractionator, I should use what? Actually, before I jump into that too, I'm very quickly going to pee. I'll be right back. Had a lot of coffee this morning. I return. I built 6 fractionators which require the hydrogen to cycle back out to work. Then I replaced them with particle accelerators, and I was making twice as much with the spaghetti. Okay, so you're saying the particle accelerator. The miniature particle collider? Oh, well, this looks like it sucks to make. When 2 beams of particles are continuously accelerated to a certain intensity and energy, they will collide, and new particles can be obtained. It uses a lot more energy, but for the fractionator, you have to balance input-output, and the hydrogen has to cycle through it in order to work. Meaning you had to stop hydrogen from backing up. Yeah, but see, the thing is, I know how to make that work. Let's just keep technology moving here. Sure. Oh wait, no. I wanted this one. Quantum printing technology, you say? Assembler Mark III, you say? You have my attention. All right, let's unlock green science as well here. Seen a lot of arguments about which is better. I don't think you'll go too wrong with either, so do what you feel. Yeah, the nice thing about the Fractionator is it's pretty, I don't want to say it's idiot proof, because you don't never underestimate an idiot. But most factory games are all about doing the complicated thing before later making the simple version. Yeah? I think we can make a Fractionator work. I think if we do a 10 by 10 grid is fine. So what would I need to make 100 of these? So 100 means, give me a second here, it means 800 steel. Means 400 concrete. Means 400 glass. And it means 100 processors. I'm learning this doing the collider was easier for me, just pointing out an option. That's good to know, yeah. But what I'm worried about is I don't have the ability to manufacture these yet. That actually looks pretty straightforward. But it's another building that, yeah, I don't want to have to add a whole new building at this point when I can just do easier things, like not. All right, so we said 400 concrete. Oh, that's easy peasy. Done. Steel we need a bunch of, but that's also fine. Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Glass we needed 400. Okay, good. And finally we needed how many? 100 processors. There's got to be an easier way to grab these somewhere here. Apparently not. Whatever, we got there. Okay, so now make me... I can't believe I'm handcrafting 100 fractionators. I'm doing this wrong. If I have to make 100 of something, why am I handcrafting these? Oh well. Surge plays automation game. Also, Surge handcrafts 100 of something. I replaced 6 fractionators, making not all that much, with 4 colliders. You're making way more. Yeah. Wait, I'm reading literally the same message again. That's fine. Okay. The other thing I'm going to need is another planetary one of these. So let's just go ahead and make myself one. I'm going to need 10 ships. We're fine. I'm going to need a lot of conveyor belts and a lot of grabbers. Also going to need a lot of these. How many do I have on me already? 80 is probably enough. Then we want conveyor belts. Let's grab 1,000. All right, so we're gonna fly to a new world. 100 is just on the borderline. If you're making 100 and we'll only need 100 ever, it's reasonable just to make them. Yeah. I might double it, but we'll see. Handcrafted artisanal Canadian-made fractionators. That's true. We do have a markup for those. If you want the authentic handcrafted ones, I charge you double. Ooh, that's crunchy. Okay, so that's just for the deuterium. which we'll put into a barrel or something like that. Do I want to make power cells out of them? So once I have all of that, what am I doing with it is the question. Iron and then these purple screaming things. So we are going to have to make more of these eventually. Okay, once we get that set up, actually maybe even before we get that set up, let's automate the production of assemblers, because this is getting silly. Oh. Yeah, this is not going to cut it. Do I have to do that off planet as well? You know what? I think we're going to do that off planet as well. That's exciting. So, do they take iron? Because if they take iron, we know what world not to go to. Okay, they do. Okay, so we're going to go to our iron world, and that's where we're going to ship our hydrogen. And then the nice thing about that is, if we're making graphene, we also output additional hydrogen. Does that world also have solar panels? I don't think it does. Or at least not enough. So while we're at it, we have 1,000 here. We can always request them on that world. Okay. Yeah, we have our 100 of these. Let's go. So our goal is the fourth world, which has, 9 million... 9, why did I say 9? 6 million iron. So on this world, we're also going to automate the construction of constructors. We have 3. Not this trip, I guess. Hold on, where's my shame chest? We only need like one assembler making all those things, so maybe we're fine. Haven't been able to catch much of this game. Does this game happen in a single system, or do you go interstellar as well? We are just working on going interstellar now. Actually, let's bring these onto that world, because we do have a little shame box over there, which should help us out tremendously. All right, let's go. Pew. So we want to see where all of our ships are heading, because that's a good, and there it is. That's my new way to quickly find my planets when we get lost in the stars, is to follow my far off ship things. This is a nice clean inventory. Okay. So. Import hydrogen. Build 10 by 10 grid to consume hydrogen. And then we want to also automate the production of the assemblers Mark II on this world. Seems silly to do it on this world. Unless I put it onto a ship and fly it somewhere else and then I can request it. I mean, I guess maybe that isn't the worst actually, if I just ask for it later. Still not quite sure what to do with all the deuterium once we have it, but I know we need a bunch of it. And by double, we mean triple. Yeah. There's a very real chance later on we need like several of these 10 by 10 grids, but we'll see. I'm also somewhat considering, much like the equator, just running one super long line, or maybe doing like a 20 by 5 grid. Because we could see when I was doing that like spinny manifold thing that it does, if I don't do some like really weird balancing, it does seem to favor the close ones before it does anything else, which is not great. But first, I know this is going to get pretty power hungry. Yeah, we need more solar power. Okay, so first thing we need to do is we need to request that solar panels be sent here. You just like the word manifold? It's a good word. Alright, please request 1,000 of these. You're not quite sure how that collision works? You just bend your knees. It really absorbs the collision. Yeah, collide with your legs, not with your back. Exactly. Exactly. Well, here we are again. Solar panels. In my world, I created an equator belt and set up all of them. Railguns across the entire world. Ooh. Not quite there yet. Yeah, there's a bunch of tech that I just don't quite understand yet, that I'm a little bit scared of. But this world is enormous when compared to some of the other ones, and we're really not using much of it right now. So I feel like this is a great candidate for deuterium production stuff, even though it's so far away. Wait, can't help but notice that science isn't moving. That's a problem. That's a problem. How much do we care? Not really. It'll sort itself out. God, I hope it sorts itself out. That's a problem for future us, exactly. Oh yeah, the music in this game is great. Got slower and turned red a while ago? Well, heck. Okay, it looks like it is moving. It's at 770. I bet you it's just waiting for like certain things to arrive. Yeah, we'll see. All right, so let's remember 770. Wait. No, the railguns aren't for defense. The railguns are for firing power into space. All right, there we go. We have circumnavigated this planet one more time. All right, so we want to go somewhere probably similar to the equator. Probably not too far off. That has a lot of space. And this is looking pretty good right about here. Right? Lots of room here for 10 by 10 grid. So, if I remember from my previous pain, then we want to leave room for one above this, right? So we do that. Are we making a glorious daisy chain? Yeah, yes? I'm gonna say yes. Because I'm too embarrassed to admit I don't know what a daisy chain is. Just check that a power pole fits in that gap. It does. Oh no! I don't have enough power poles. Oh no! I don't have enough magnets. We're making magnets on this world, right? Uh-oh? How do I make magnets? Magnets require iron ore. Am I handcrafting magnets? I think I am. Fall Pierre, thank you for 9 months. Looking forward to another episode of Surge in Space. Do we need room for 2 between them all? I thought it was just a, I thought we just needed room for 1 power pole. Daisy chain here means running the conveyor belts between the fractionators, not using splitters like earlier. I think I still want to use splitters. I think splitters are a fine concept. We just need more room to make sure they fit. Yeah, this works, right? No, this isn't the world where we fixed magnet production. That was the other planet. Because the magnet world is the world that didn't have any iron. This is the world that has 6 million iron. This is the world that's actually exporting iron to the world that we fixed magnets on. Anyways, let's keep going. Running it through as one line so they can all run back before you recycle. Isn't that also really inefficient though? Splitters are good for inserting hydrogen midway through the loop, but you absolutely want each hydrogen packet to go through each fractitioner. So you're saying we actually want to go serpentine through everything, in which case we don't want a 10 by 10 grid. We just want to go one super long line, right? Why wouldn't we just do that? You like the grid because it's more compact, but if we run with the equator, our lines are much more likely to not ever... Like, it's going to take up the exact same footprint, right? Like a 10 by 10 versus a 20 by 5. Why? I just said 20 by 5, and I'm like, great. That means I need to destroy these. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Wait. 25 by 4. There we go. Got there. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Are you stuck on something? You are. Alright, the pathfinding is not great. Alright, we actually had 101 on us. You know what the nice thing about this is, though? We don't have to use insert. We don't have to use little grabby arms. We have one for luck, yeah. Alright, so we now have 100 of these. Ah, they're beautiful. Geez, I really wonder if 1,000 conveyor belts is going to be enough. Assuming a 1% drop, you can run lines as long as 100 before you're wasting space and time. Yeah, that was my thought. That's why we made 100 of these. What did you do when these only had a 0.5% chance? So early on, they buffed the drop rate of deuterium. It used to only be 0.5%, and they upped it to 1%. Run 200, I guess? That's a large oofa and a doofa, if I do say so myself. Oh, I cannot wait until you have blueprinting. I think about 100 of these is as much as I'm going to want to make. I missed the stream where you worked on these the first time. What is the goal of this? So we have hydrogen. We have a lot of hydrogen. We don't love hydrogen. What these do is you put hydrogen into it, and then there's a 1% chance that it converts the hydrogen into deuterium, which is a very high value fuel and now apparently a very high value crafting component. All right, so we want a space station over here. So let's just drop that down right now. We want to internationally remote demand hydrogen. Oh my goodness, it didn't line up. This one? Said this one? Sorry, that's embarrassing. Try this again. This one. There we go. Perfect. All right. Remote demand. We don't want to request anything yet because we still have a lot of work to do. All right, well, this is going to be a little bit tedious. So while I'm doing this, what's up, everybody? How you doing? How is blueprinting going to work on a curved planet like this with different curvature problems? That's a technical problem for the dev? Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I guess it's a lot easier to blueprint in a game like Factorio where everything snaps to the grid, right? Working, chilling, listening to music, tinkering with decks? Heck yeah. Yo, Shivam, I hit a major milestone in my career as a Magic thing. I have, for the first time ever, ordered cards online for Commander deck. All right, so we're going Serpentine, chat, by the way. We're going Serpentine. I missed one. Oh, what a nightmare. I missed one? Don't you dare say I missed a spot and be wrong. How dare you? You were wrong. Oh. I missed one, but then I went back and I fixed it. Ah, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You're really enjoying the Frientorio server? So I've been having a great time just kind of lurking in the... so for context, in the Discord, some people have set up a multiplayer game of modded Factorio. They're just calling it Frientorio, which I kind of love. And I've been lurking in the channels just seeing what people are working on. And I just love no context saying like, all right, well, I don't know if we need 8 million iron per second, but we have it now. All right, hold on. How far out did I? Oh, I'm almost a full one out. We're trying to give ourselves lots of room just in case, right? Also, don't feel too bad about telling me I missed one and then being wrong. I do appreciate the extra set of eyes because this is tedious and I am likely to miss a spot. But let's maybe wait a little bit longer. Because yeah, with Twitch delay and stuff like that, it could be that I fix it fairly immediately. You're a pro at being wrong on the internet? Ah, it's fine. Isn't that just being on the internet? You know what? Let's make nice lines. Let's go a little bit further there. Let's go right. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that beautiful? All right. Serpentine. Wait. Hey, Sepsis. What's up, my friend? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Right. I understand. Almost got confused for a second there. 31 months. Really appreciate that. What deck am I building? It's that same mutate deck. So it's a 5-color Gigantha deck. One of the big blind spots in my Magic the Gathering knowledge is Commander Precon product. And it turns out there's a bunch of mutate creatures that existed not in Ikoria. So I ordered a bunch of those, and then while I was at it, I also ordered some other cards too. So here's my concern. I think this might supply so much. Wait, actually, at 100. At 100, what are the chances that something makes it out? Because this is something I've learned about probability. Is having 100 at 1% doesn't guarantee that it consumes everything, right? Because that's not how probability works. We're basically just gambling. Something will make it out and we will need to recycle. Does it make sense to use this as our buffer? Oh, hold on a second here. Here's our solution. We cap this at 5,000. Is that clever? Because we don't need a buffer tank. This stores more than a buffer tank. We use this as a buffer tower. Actually, maybe we even make that lower. Only import like 1,000. 2,000. We want to make sure that things are flying in when we need it. Hey, good morning, Lady McCall. You'll end up with a normal-looking curve with end average, I believe. Oh, bell curve things. Oofa. Oofa ladoofa. Okay, so the next thing we need to do, because that part is done, and this is the next tedious bit, is we need to Audi all of these, and we need to figure out what we're actually going to do with all the deuterium when it's done. Next question, how much do these cost to power? Does it say here? Requires 720 kilowatts. What's 720 kilowatts in megawatts? Am I going to need more solar? $7.2 megawatts. Oh, okay, so we're laughing. We're actually fine. I didn't know if it was going to turn into 72 or not. Is my fear founded there? Am I not the only person here who doesn't know how megawatts work? How much power was it? It's 720 kilowatts. Because kil is 1,000, meg is 1,000,000? Wait, it is 72 megawatts, not 7.2. It is going to be 72 megawatts, not 7.2. Okay, so we also need to scale up power here. Oh, that's what you're saying. Sorry, I understand. I understand where we came from. It was a miscommunication. Yes, 1 is 7.2, 100 is 72. Okay, so we need to do more power. That's fine. How much power are the panels currently producing? Not enough is the simple answer. The other problem with this world is I think we're only operating at like 40% solar efficiency or something like that. So the advantage of this planet is we have space. Disadvantage of this planet is we're not using that space very efficiently. Oh, interesting. I just realized something. If I queue a command and then move, it cancels that command. So what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to queue up a command and then adjust the camera, assuming that my commander dude is going to walk there while we're waiting, and that's just not how this game works. That's interesting. That's not very intuitive. Make fuel rods and power it this way? I think so. It becomes a little bit self-sufficient. But then I have to fly the processed titanium here, and I have to assemble the fuel rods, and I think I just want raw deuterium. I think. I don't know. Do y'all disagree with that? We have 100 of these, correct? Okay. So these should all be plugged in now. Now is a great time. If you think I missed something, speak now. Well, we have 101, but one isn't plugged in. We have one just in our inventory. That's our cheerleader. That's our honorary one. Is the expected return on that high enough that you end up with a surplus deuterium at the end? Well, currently we have no consumption of deuterium, so it's all going to be surplus. Wait, 99.6% should be used at 0.1% consumption. Really? That's cool. Okay, so that's deuterium out now. And we want to run all of that into one thing, which is up for consistency. Then what? Then what? You know what? Let's start pumping it into a tank, just so that we could have it be doing something here, right? Oh, that's awkward. Oh, thank goodness. Hey, Black Rose, thank you very much for 7 months of conveyor crimes. You get a conveyor crime. Everybody gets conveyor belt crimes. Look under your seat. Conveyor belt. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to power all of this. Shoot. All right. So our planet is currently producing 140 megawatts of power. It's about to get a lot more expensive though, because this is also, you know what, let's start slowly powering this, because that's going to hit our world pretty hard. And let's add, sure, let's add 2 more rows of solar panels. Why not? Where's the one? No, it's fine. I know. I'm not worried about ships. I'm not worried about anything. I'm just literally just powering it. Because it's going to take a while to charge. And I also don't want it to have ships because these aren't powered yet. It's all fine. It's fine. All right, where's the equator? All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another exciting episode of Surge Places Solar Panel. I'm your host, Surge. Today on the show, 2 more rows of solar panels. All right, can you explain what a weak aura is? Ah, yes, very good. Wait, are you part of my rating group? I just don't know your Twitch name. Because that's an oddly specific roast. Or is this just like a coup alt or something like that? Yeah. Looks left, looks right. Nope. Wait. No! Alright, tear it all out. I think we all agree that this is... We'll do it on the way back. We'll get it on the way back. Yeah, that was mega off by 1. Doesn't feel good. Does anyone else notice that these solar panels are off by 1? Tiberius, where were you? Does it make sense to add wind turbines? Or are they not worth it? I think solar panels are just more space efficient. If this world had a higher wind turbine efficiency, maybe, but this world is operating at like 40% wind. I just don't think that's worth it. I think if we found a world that was like 100% or better, I don't know if you can get better than 100%. You actually can't figure out weak auras, no joke. I thought weak auras was going to be... Okay, so for those of you who don't know, weak auras is something that you do in MMOs that helps you out with your rotation. And your skill rotation is very important because it basically helps you maximize... I want to say your rotation, which isn't a great way to describe it. It helps you maximize your damage by using your best skills as soon as they go back up. Because of course, certain skills have a certain cooldown time. Now, what I thought weak auras was going to do was show me my buttons, but what it does is it just moves your UI to a certain place. It just like centralizes your UI. What if I've never played an MMO? I think I'm doing an okay job of describing it, JSO. I hope. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Weak auras do a lot of things. Okay, hold on. Is this where my mistake started? No. Okay, we're still fine. Let's go. I don't actually think you know what a weak aura is. Am I not? Am I not describing it right? Weak auras is an add-on for adding UI elements for anything that you can program it to. Oh! Turns out no one knows what a weak aura is? Alright. So back in the 80s, there was a scientist, John Wankel Weak Auras, they called him. Yep. And he created a new power system. And don't worry, we'll eventually get to how that translates to MMOs. Okay. Jeez, we got pretty far before realizing that we were off by one, didn't we? Yeah, our science is mega stuck. That's not good. How is it actually broken? Our science actually being like legitimately stuck is not good. Weak auras historically used to mine to remind me of important things. Okay. I like that got auto-modded, Kevin. Yeah, the weird part wasn't that it's called weak auras. The weird part is that there was a human named weak auras that it was named after. That's the part most people miss. Hey, what's up, old sport? Start every day at 9 a.m. So you only missed about 2 hours. It's okay, you've missed 2 hours of me just placing solar panels. Alright. One row done. Time to start the second one. How are we doing for power? Jeez, this is power hungry. So each one of these adds what? I just simply add more solar panels. Do you know how many solar panels it is for a complete circle? Somewhere between 300 and 400. You're an ESD, so closer to 12? Yeah, alright. I simply add more solar panels should be on a t-shirt. Yes, this is our solar canal. We talked about this earlier. Where are my canal emotes at, chat? I'm giving you your canal. And yet, I don't see a massive celebration in chat. Normally at a moment like this, I'm expecting chat just to be absolutely losing it. He's doing it. He's finally doing it. It's a solar canal. There we go. You said deuterium is a good fuel source. Yeah, I don't know if I want to burn it here, though. I think I need to use it for, like... I think we want to turn all this deuterium into the fuel which make for star between star thing. And if that sentence didn't make sense, it's because you're not a scientist. That was the actual technical terminology. It's very dense. What is the origin of forehead? Forehead is actually a like a global Twitch emote. I just like saying it out loud. The fuel for which makes star between star thing. Yes, Oddmeg. You'll actually find that in technical documentation for, like, NASA uses that all the time too. People who say forehead makes you forehead. I don't know. I think it's just such a great exclamation point to certain sentences, right? Shadowy Aeon has been here for 9 months. Happy sub Babo to you, my friend. Thank you for the support. Are you stuck again? You can walk through solar panels, but not mines. I see. Facepalm just doesn't have the same ring to it as forehead. You heard Potato McWhiskey say it on stream today? Did you get it from Surge? No, honestly, if I got it from anywhere, I may have picked it up from watching Dolphin Chemist. Is there any advantage in-game to making a large radius Dyson sphere? You might be way further ahead than I am, Pikes. What do you mean, a large radius Dyson sphere as opposed to a small one? Dolphin is good people. Great streamer. Okay, so now... do I have enough power to turn these on? So we said they were... it's going to cost us 70 megawatts? Pardon me. I think we can power this. 72? All right. When you design the sphere, you can set the radius. Larger is, of course, more materials. Interesting. Yeah, you're way ahead of me. Cool. I don't know. All right, who in chat is the furthest in this game? Who here is currently working on a Dyson sphere and can help out Pikes? Physically, it shouldn't matter. The total power is still being captured. Maybe there's a difference in fuel usage based on orbit. Cool. You're only on the Dyson Swarm. Yeah, we're not quite... I could probably be on Dyson Swarm right now. But I've been a little bit hesitant to jump into some of the new tech. Speaking of new tech, what is happening to our science? It's just not moving. All right. Let there be power. All right, and the next thing we want to do is flip this switch and let the hydrogen start coming out. Odd. No hydrogen. All right, go! Go, my children. Go and fetch us hydrogen. That's weird. I would have thought that even without ships, if it was demanding it, other ones would have sent it, but I guess not. You're still automating your yellow cubes? Yeah, that's fair. Okay. So, what was the other thing I was going to do on this world? The other thing I was going to do on this world while we wait. Now let's wait for this to work. How long could it possibly take? What do you have? Oh, no. My inventory is so organized. The trick to that is this button. There's an auto-organize button. Okay. So we don't want to mess with this production line at all. That's just iron that we're sending off-world. That's just iron that we're sending... Oh, that's titanium that we're sending off-world. So if I want to make this, I need iron and I need copper. Where's another copper source? Amazing. What am I doing with that copper? Is it just totally backed up? Incorrect. Is there another copper source nearby? Yeah. Oh, there's a button. Yeah. Are we exploiting? Oh, no, okay. There's one more copper on this planet we're not doing. Actually, if there's copper here and iron here, maybe that's where we make these. And then we fly in. Oh, our first shipment arrived? Okay, let's watch that. All right, here we go. Wait a second. No, it didn't. But hydrogen hasn't arrived at all. New game? No, it's new planet. Unless you haven't seen any of these streams, Top Tuner. We are 26 hours into this current playthrough. Maybe this is my hydrogen? What if it arrived and immediately got used up? No, it's not that efficient. Also, it would be backed up because it's like 2,000, right? But... it's empty. It's empty. There's a timer instant speedrunning community. Maybe. Okay. So if I wanted to automate the production of assembler Mark IIs, I need iron and copper near each other somewhere. So this is going to produce the Mark I. And in order to produce the Mark II, we're going to do this nearby so we can watch it. We need to make... Oh, that's hilarious. We need to actually steal some of our processors. You haven't caught the stream too often? That's fair. Welcome, friend. I really don't want to steal any of these processors, though, because I need them. Actually, hold on. Are my processors even being produced? Okay, so this isn't where the science backlog is. Which is good to know. I mean, I've got enough of these in storage. Maybe we're fine. I really should have been flying hydrogen here earlier. Maybe this is our hydrogen? Is there a way to tell what's on a ship? Is there like a UI button I could be hitting? I just want to see this work. I just want to see this start to pop off. Also, this is just a really pretty view. Look at the stars. Wait a second. There's ships there. Wait a second. Oh, there's nothing. Okay, no, we're still waiting. What are these doing? Look at the ship in normal view. If it's full, it'll be labeled. Sorry, what's it? What's normal view? How do I look at a star map in normal view? I thought there was only one view. Just look into the sky towards the ship. It's not working. What if they're on the other side of the planet? Oh, hydrogen. I saw that. They're here. Okay. You ready, everybody? So here come our oh yeah, they are labeled. They've got little hydrogens on the bottom. Do 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 do. So this is the most efficient this could be, eh? You might not like it, but this is peak efficiency. Wow, we're making deuterium fast. Look at this. Would faster belts make it more efficient? Not necessarily, because again, at a certain point... actually, maybe on this one it might. Yeah, this does actually sound pretty fluidy, doesn't it? So it's going to get... No, I don't think it'll make it more efficient with faster belts, because it's going to get completely flushed at some point, right? Maybe faster belts would help with this one? I just imagine eventually it's going to back up. Or maybe not. I don't know. This is so cool, by the way. There is no processing time, but if you're backing up, there's no need. You're taking too much overtime at work? Uh-oh. Is that one of those things, Lady McCall, where you suddenly realize you're like, oh, geez, I put like 70 hours in last week. That's bad. If you're not saturated, faster belts will make it work faster. Actually, totally, yeah. I haven't started making tier 3 conveyor belts anywhere. I've been pretty happy with 2, but that's probably not good enough. Look at it go! Wow, we already have 300? This is actually bad. Because I need to start doing something with these. Oh, I could be making particle containers. I could just be making strange matter out of all of this right now. Wait. Yes, I could be making strange matter. Okay, strange matter. Let's do that first. Okay. Okay, so I do need to get those 2 mines going. So I think I have to head back to our home world, and I need to grab... No, let's make assemblers here first. No, we are in a bit of a problem here. We are in a bit of a pickle. We don't have miners. Yeah, we don't have miners. We don't have magnets. Let's head back to our homeworld. Let's figure out what's wrong with science. It's going to be another big one. Yeah, we'll go bop the science machine. All right, so before we leave... 1,000 conveyor belts. Let's make sure we have like 200 grabby hand thingies. That's also the technical terminology. Let's make sure we have 20 miners. Let's bump that up to 1.5k. And we want like 40 Mark II assemblers. 110 hours in 2 weeks. The downside of being the only forklift driver on second shift. That's too many. That's too many hours, friend. I hope you made bank, though. I hope you're working one of those jobs that after a certain amount of hours, you start getting like multipliers. Yeah. So I remember one of the worst shifts I ever worked. So back in the old days, I worked as a poison gas safety specialist in the oil and gas industry. I've talked about this a little bit on stream before. And those start as 12-hour shifts. And I remember a day where I showed up to work my 12-hour shift. I was doing night shift. And the day shift person got fired for whatever reason. Because a lot of the time, like, your company sends out contractors to a job, and the job assembles a bunch of people and whatever. And they needed a day shift person. And the company is like, we can't get, because it's out in the middle of nowhere, we can't get somebody out there for you either. So just keep working. So I did the day shift, and then I also did the night shift again. And then we had a day shift person show up. So it was like a 36-hour shift. And I was like sleeping in my truck because everyone was kind of cool with that. And I just like had to make sure I checked in every now and then and make sure the work was going. But it was like at 12 hours, I got my day rate. And after 6 hours, it went up to like 1.5 time. And then after another 6 hours, it went to double the day rate. And I got double the day rate it didn't like exponentially land on the planet. Oofa. It didn't exponentially multiply every 6 hours, but it was like every 6 hours after that, I made double the day rate. No, the oil and gas industry isn't unionized. It just somehow pays pretty well as a demand. Like, a big part of the safety job is just setting up all the alarms. It's pre-planning, it's making sure the equipment is out there, and it's responding if something happens. A lot of it's being on hand, but you're not actively like watching people work, right? That's not what your job is. Okay, why is science broken? And we're talking like mega broken here. So one of these is obviously out. It's purple. How? Purple is out of this. Okay, you require 3 components. One of those components is the carbon nanotubes. Okay, carbon nanotubes are being produced up here. Aren't they? Oh! Maybe this is what happened. Oh, hold on. No, do I send more hydrogen off-world? I don't at this point. I definitely do not at this point. Okay, hydrogen backed up, which meant we weren't getting these tubes. There we go. Figured it out. Figured it out. Looks like I need more of these anyways. What do you mean collides with another object? How dare you? Don't you lie to me. Conveyor belt crimes. It's important to sing it. If you're at all curious. Yeah, the music in this game is great. So, now what? We want to output our hydrogen to here. And we want to output the thing we actually care about elsewhere. Can I stack these literally anywhere else? Yes, they go here. Great. That means I can get rid of these. I love buildings that leave you room on the inside for power poles. Boom, 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 boom. All right, there we go. Get flush. So we're also going to be shipping, we're also going to be making these on our new world in a second here. Oh, right. So that means, let's add those to our list. We want, I don't know, like 20 of, what are these things called? Chemical thingies? Chemical plants. I want to thank you for your positive comments about us during your Ask Lur this month. My worst was working 11 days straight for 20 hours a day when I was at Sony PlayStation prepping for E3. Like, that sucks. That just sucks. But that's also the sort of thing where you're just like, that doesn't do any good, right? It's like, that much crunch, you're not even getting anything done. Oh, man. Oh, buckets. It's fine. At that point, you're just a body, you're not contributing. Yeah, absolutely sucked. We were processing videos and making trailers and had to send 20 gigabyte files back and forth to Japan for approval. Yeah, okay, at that point, you're like, well, I have to watch this stupid video get processed. Okay, so science should be moving now, is the hope. So this should be totally flush with good. Okay, so we're absolutely crushing the production of the base components that this needs. I wonder if I could squeeze another one in here. No. I wonder if I could squeeze another one in here. Yes. Does that do anything? It doesn't hurt. More is always better, especially when we see problems like this, right? Science is finally sciencing. There we go. Looks like it's actually moving. I do want to try and sneak one more in, yeah. Ah. Don't you talk to me or my conveyor belt crime son ever again. Oops, needs to be a little bit further. There we go. All right, so we had 6, now we have 8. My worst working shift was a few years ago. My boss underbid a project, so we had to work 6 12 to 14 hour shifts for about 6 weeks. Oofa. Song remind anyone else of ice cap? I'm not sure. Actually, give me a second. I need to pee again. I'm having a lot of fluids today. So let's just watch this. Watch these science numbers go down, and I'll be right back. Oh, I am talking to you and totally muted. Oh, you missed some just primo jokes. That will never be repeated. Oh, okay. Well, we found the problem here. So it turns out we had a healthy backlog of carbon nanotubes. And then when we scaled this up to, I don't know, whatever 50 bajillion these are, it turns out that we are over-consuming them. And I don't know how much I care. That's fine. Just like all of your work meetings, there's always somebody muted. Yeah, that's fair. Which science wasn't working? It was purple. Purple wasn't muting because hydrogen backed up. Surprise! Yeah, it'll all even out. That's kind of what I'm thinking. It'll get there. That's stacking up. So if this is backing up, that means... what does that mean? Everyone always suggests just burn the excess. It's not that simple. Right, I'm just gonna destroy this. I don't care anymore. Okay, let's go to our new world. This is good enough. I want all of these things. Should we export hydrogen from this planet instead of the gas giant? You can't really tell it which one to grab it from. We could also try and export from this planet. I just don't think it's all that reliable. I don't know. We just keep coming back to these problems and I just can't bring myself to care. Like, we could also try and export it, but later on we'll figure it out. Why bother? Exactly. That's my thought. When those tanks fill up, yep, we'll just make more buffer. That's a problem for future us. Okay, so I have enough of these. I wanted a couple hundred. We're good. I wanted like 1,500 conveyor belts. So that means grab 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stacks of those. Okay, I wanted 20 miners. Miners require concrete and magnets. Oh, I'm bad. These are the wrong magnets. These aren't the magnets I wanted at all. Oh, well, there goes our inventory. Yikes. Oh, I need these so much on another world. Now they're just stuck in my inventory. Or they could be stuck in this inventory instead. Great. I wanted these magnets instead. Oh, that's funny. No, that's bad. So we don't want to steal from that side. We want to steal from this side. Yeah, these are not the magnets you were looking for. No, they definitely weren't. I guess if I had some copper, I could just handcraft some of them as well in the meantime. Sure. Let's do that. Okay, so I said I wanted 20 miners, is that correct? 20 miners. I seem to be building smelters. I probably also want smelters though, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and make... Oh, shoot. Green circuits, my old nemesis. Where were those? Oh, I guess we pulled those out, didn't we? Because we moved them up to here. Yeah, good job. Oh, 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 oh. Banger alert. Okay. So in order to construct miners, there we are. All right, we want 20 of these. Okay, good. Now we want 20 or 40 Mark II assemblers. So that's going to get a little bit more expensive. So I can make 20 of these fairly easily. I don't have any gears on me, so it's going to preemptively fill my inventory with gears. Let's see where this is going to hit me. I also don't necessarily have enough green microchips for this either. Where are these even running to? Turns out we've had excess production of these microchips this whole time. Wait, what is this tower? What is this tower doing? Hold on, we had one of these just sitting here this whole time. I just assumed it was plugged into something. That's embarrassing. Is it worth trying to build a bus in this game like in Factorio? Does the sphere mess with it too much? The sphere doesn't make it great, and I think you just fix it all with drones later on. Also, I never made a bus in Factorio either. I think it's just personal preference, right? If you're the type of player who enjoys having a bus, go for it. Otherwise, probably fine without it. Anyways, I wanted 40 of these. More like 100 microchips. Free factoring all across the galaxy. I haven't actually seen that SaaS plan. That's pretty good. Okay. While we're waiting for those to construct, how much does it take to make a chemical plant? We're short steel? Short steel and glass. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. I never really liked the concept of the bus once it was explained to me. Once I learned what the bus was, I thought to myself, eh? Okay, there we go. The bus is not for everyone. Yeah, that's fair. So I said I wanted 20 of these. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, done. It's just the Mark II miners now. And the Mark II miners require these graphenes. Do I still not have a... I thought I had a box. I guess I didn't. Okay, that's fine. Let's make one now. These are important to grab. Just realized Nightbot doesn't show up on the stream chat preview. Yep, that was deliberate. So I didn't want it to get too busy. Doesn't a bus only go from planet Tucson to planet Vegas? That's also true. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily work the way everyone wants it to. So, in the interest of keeping everyone on the same page. What's World doing for power? Just laughing. This world just laughs in power. Okay, and then I need these. Wow, we just flew through that graphene. I thought we had plenty. Well, considering which planet we're about to go to, maybe I don't need all. I'm being silly. I do need them all. What does the new storage offload do in regard to supply chain? Nothing. What it does is it lets me run up and grab it when I need some for manually crafting structures, which we won't need much anymore because ideally we're going to automate the production of a lot of these facilities that we are handcrafting, but that's what this is for. It's for me to do that. Just yank it off the production line. Okay. All right. So with this, we have another 20. That puts us at 37. Power poles. Stupid magnets. Oh wait, no, that's fine because we have those in my inventory. All right, so our checklist was conveyor belts, check. Grabby things, check. Miners, check. Smelters weren't on the list, but we made them anyways. 20 chemical plants, also check. Okay. I think that's everything we need to go to the world. We're not going to be making the Mark III ones yet. So go off the world and utilize all the resources that are there. I think we're good. Do I have drones, towers, and powers? I have drone towers. I have enough drones for it. Yeah, because we want for some like local stuff on there. So I think we're good in that respect too. In that regard too. All right, to space. Space. And we've got lots of power. Wait, Joe has a change of plan here. Joe says, what if instead of space we had lunch? Whoa, what is this? Shawarma? Oh my God. All right, well, let's take a very short break here. Let's have lunch. Today's lunch is shawarma, the final frontier. Wash my hands. Oh, all right, everybody. Welcome to Lunch with Serge. Today's lunch, shawarma, which apparently is not a word people use everywhere. As it's spinning, it was a. What are other words people use for this? So it's like a tube, and it's shaved meat, and it has hot sauce and like pickles and stuff in it. Apparently some people call it a kebab. I always think of kebab as like a skewer. Maybe a gyro is another way too. Oh God, it's so good. Kebabs are skewers. But then what is this roll thing? You probably call it a roll kebab? That's a shish kebab. This is not the shawarma you're used to. What are you used to, Willie Art? Gyro and kebab go in shawarma. Interesting. Well, it's definitely not a burrito. Because burrito I typically think of as like refried beans and rice. The contents of this are, I want to say shawarma meat, where you take like lamb and a bunch of other things and you put it on a rotating spinny thing, and it's got those heat lamps on the outside, and you season it, and then you shave that, and then inside there's like lettuce, there's what is this thing called? I'm trying to pull it out. It's like a large red pickle, but not like a traditional North American like dill pickle. Shawarma literally means turning. It's Turkish for rotisserie. Ah! It's a lamb meatloaf. All right, now you're just making things up. Is a large red pickle a tomato? It's definitely not a tomato. Doner kebab is the spinny thing. Neat. Regardless, this is delicious. Kebab is any food on a skewer. Neat. No, it wasn't a tomato bit. The color might be similar, but it's... Joe says it's probably more similar to like a daikon or something like that. All right. Well, it's delicious regardless. Doner is if it's on a piece of bread, a yufka if it's rolled up. Where are you from, Jandolph? That sounds cool. Great, now I'm hungry. So my favorite thing from the same shawarma place is they also have shawarma poutine. So you got your fries, you got your shawarma meat on top. Oh, from Germany, cool. And then I'm trying to remember, they have a word for what style it is. They've got like generic white sauce, hot sauce, and gravy. and you put all 3 of those on top, and you're just like, yeah, let's go. Poutine? No, never apologize for being excited about poutine. The white sauce is tahini? Falafel is vegetarian shawarma. They have amazing falafel at this place too. They also make their own. They have like 4 or 5 different kinds of hummus as well. There's like a plain hummus and a couple of different spiced ones. Oh, they're so good. The first time you had poutine was at Magic Fest Reno. Your first poutine was in Reno. Word. Can it be poutine without cheese curds? Oh, there's cheese curds in it, Texas man. What is poutine? Poutine is a French-Canadian dish, meal. It's French fries, gravy, and cheese curds. And then if you're in Montreal, you can also get like Montreal smoked meat on it, which is the good stuff. Oh, it's the good stuff. But people have been getting pretty creative with poutine lately. There's a couple of Indian places in Victoria that'll give you butter chicken poutine, which is amazing. The shawarma place has shawarma poutine. A couple of the barbecue places in town do like pulled pork poutine or beef brisket poutine. What kind of gravy? I don't actually know what kind of gravy. Somebody in chat probably knows. Heresy? Yeah. How much Canadian lifespan is cut down by poutine? What's what makes us stronger? It's how you survive the harsh winters in Canada. It's poutine. You need that extra layer of potato and cheese curd on the outside of you to keep you warm, keep you insulated. Wouldn't that be a great video for some YouTuber? Go to different places in the world and order shawarma. See how, oh. Am I having a poutine burrito? Neither. This is neither poutine nor a burrito, but it is delicious. Honestly, so Joe and I, weird segue, Joe and I started watching this Netflix series last night on Korean pork belly. And all it made me want to do is fly to Korea and eat pork belly. like, let's be real. And I don't know what the world is going to look like post-COVID. And I don't know what my finances are going to look like post-COVID. But what if I just transition to be like a full-time food-eating YouTuber? Considering I have like no YouTube following, makes this a tough sell. But what if I can dream, right? I can dream. Still hoping for Coffee with Surge to go to Hawaii for coffee and then just do stuff in Hawaii. I did that already once. I just didn't make it work. Joe and I lived in Hawaii for 6 weeks, a month, a while ago. And just mingled with Hawaiian coffee people and had a great time. I guess, so the problem with that, Brooke Just Bones, is I'm actually kind of uncomfortable doing IRL streaming in restaurants. Food Twitch streamer? Yeah. I also don't know how I do, like, you can take a bunch of YouTube content and you can edit it down. But I don't know if I'd be able to eat consistently for like 3 hours on camera in a restaurant. Oh yeah, you definitely want to talk to the restaurant before you just show up and start live broadcasting yourself, right? I'm a food Twitch streamer at this very moment. Yes, but I'm in my apartment. I'm not in a restaurant in Korea, right? Poutine or pierogies? Poutine, easy. I think you can actually get pierogi poutine in Victoria at a place called Salt as well. Did you ask Joe for permission to stream her food? I mean, I think it was kind of implied. Not explicitly, but considering she brought it to me on stream, I think I'm fine. What is a pierogi? Asks Kevin the Shark. I think a potato dumpling is the best way to think about it. They're like the size of a fisherman's friend wrapper sort of thing. You put, yeah, picture like a gyoza made out of potato, and typically you have cheese on the inside, but then you can do other things. Gnocchi is solid. Gnocchi is only like the potato dough. Typically a pierogi is stuffed. A gyoza or Chinese-style dumpling is the best comparison? Totally. Oh, potato ravioli is another good way to look at it, if you're more familiar with pasta. All right. So places I want to travel to when the world reopens, specifically for food. I guess I'm going to Korea now for pork belly. I can't afford to do this, but I can dream. Second thing I want to do, I really want to go to the south of the United States. I want to go to like New Orleans or Louisiana or somewhere down there, and I want to eat barbecue. I just want to try. Like, Texas was fun. I got to try Tex-Mex. I got to do that, but I want to go like more east, and I just want to dive into American barbecue culture. That seems like it'd be fun. For barbecue, you kind of have to do a tour, sure. If you want proper fondue, come to Switzerland. Ooh, all right. Wait, New Orleans isn't the place to go for barbecue? Maybe New Orleans is more like Cajun? Cajun in LA? Hold on, I'm confused now. All right, we got some Americans with some opinions right now. All right, Texas for brisket, sure. New Orleans for jambalaya and gumbo, okay. And now we have a Swiss being like, actually, it's not Switzerland, it's the Swiss for fondue. Kansas City, St. Louis, Texas, Alabama, Carolinas. Wow. And now the chat descends into the American states arguing about barbecue. Love it, love it. Santa Maria for ribs and tri-tip. Can't, all right, cool. Barbecue's like a whole thing. There's a Netflix series just about barbecue, which was also really cool. Just don't claim a best barbecue in America. It's how you start arguments? Sure. This is how you started the US barbecue war? Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, of course, Memphis, yeah. Oh, yo, Shivam, I watched that taco show as well. I definitely watched that taco show. We Dutch don't have much for great cuisine to offer, but we do have stroopwafels. Yeah, that's fair. The best barbecue in America is the one nearest to you. Ah, I see. Yeah, everyone prefers local. That's fair. All right, I have one bite left. And it's too small to bite more than once, so I'm going to go off camera for a second here and just inhale this. Pardon me. Mm. Watch the Netflix show. I cannot pronounce that at all, Shivam. Beautiful show about regional food in India. Oh, hell yeah. I'm down to check that out. There's a Chef's Table. One of the early seasons of Chef's Table featured a like fine dining restaurant in India. And it opened up, which was very cool. I'm probably going to misquote this, but the chef is just like, there's no Indian word for curry. It's like that felt like something else that somebody showed up here and tried to use to classify our food, but it's much more complex than that. And he's like, the real Indian experience that I want to teach people is yogurt. And we're like, whoa, interesting. Okay. Curry is British food? Yeah. All right. I need to wash my hands. I'll be right back. Thank you for joining me in Food Talk, by the way. All right, my friends, I return. Serge, are you in the Friday Night Paper Fight tonight? I am not. If you're ever curious about stuff like that, Lure Twitter is probably the better way to check it out. James does a very good job of trying to communicate the schedule as much as possible to other people, and it seems like it always goes wrong. My favorite was like the day before the PPR. Literally the day before the pre-release, people were showing up in the Loading Running Magic thing being like, are you doing a pre-release? And they're like, what do we have to do to communicate this? What more can we do? So James and Graham literally put a piece of string text on the screen that just says the PPR is tomorrow, just over and over. And still the day the pre-release happened, people showed up and were like, wait, the pre-release is today? We're like, what can we do? What can we do? Just get Adam to write all your tweets? Yeah. All right, let's jump back into our game. We're flying off to space. We can slowly wind down from food talk. We talked about road quest to your stepmom, and now you got her interested in a road trip to the Yukon. Funny about that, Lady McCall. Right before we went to the Yukon for our trip, my parents did a trip up to there. So hilariously, I hopped on the phone with my parents and asked them, because I was producer for that show, I had to plan a lot of logistics, what their route was, what they packed, and they helped me plan for our Yukon trip instead of the other way around. Yeah, tonight's Friday Night Paper Fight is Ben, Wheeler, Nelson, and a special guest, Lady Lavinius, which I'm very excited about. I don't want to say... Actually, I'll take a little bit of credit for this. So the Channel Fireball boxing commander thingy, which was a blast, gave me an opportunity to play Magic with like Lady Lavinius as well as Talia Vest for the first time. And I think just like getting those ins sort of opened the door for starting to invite new people into stuff like that. Like we invited Talia Vest over there. Ben and I had also played like Fall Guys with Lady Lavinius too, but it's just like these individual connections and then being like, hey, these people are really cool. These people are really cool. I mean, that's where Olivia sort of joined in too, and we've been doing a ton of stuff with Olivia lately. I met Olivia at Magic Fest Vegas, and then her and Adam hung out on game nights. And then after that, we got her on a pre-release and then a bunch of stuff after. You want to come back on Friday nights? I think probably the most frustrating comment that we get at Loading Ready Run a lot is people being like, why aren't you still filming Friday nights? And we're like, it's a global pandemic, my dude. Like, well, we're trying. We're going to do this as soon as we can, I assure you. But, you know, global pandemic. Hey, Heron Blade Master, thank you very much for gifting a sub over there to Kami Puddin. It's not you, it's us. Well, it's very kind of you. All right, line it up. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start making some things, automating some things on this planet, and then we're going to start making better fuel stuff. What's more frustrating, that or asking why LSV hasn't been on a pre-release yet? Hey, it's good. Stuck the landing. All right, what is this and why does it suck? Wait. Oh, hey! Hey, we completely exhausted the coal on this planet. That's exciting. All right, let's just pull this up then. Hey, we have another miner. That's exciting. Isn't day 9 something we've been asked about it? What? Not as much as I've seen, which is interesting. Maybe through other lines, but yeah, like LSV is one of the big ones. You're like, yo, we've tried. Scheduling kind of honks. All right, no coal, no tier 1. Rearrange this. I also don't want this in my inventory. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to head to that area that was an intersection of iron and copper. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Okay. Can I make a map marker? Going this way. Aaron Blademaster also gifting a sub over there to Silenso. Thank you so much, friend. Appreciate that. Keep trying to have LSV on your show as well, and he's been busy. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So first thing we got to do is we got to start gathering some iron. This is a great iron source. Look at this. Boom, boom, boom. These can all merge into one. Sure. That can't possibly cause any problems, right? All right. Let's bring this over here now. All right, how much iron could we possibly need? I guess we can just ship the rest of this off-world, but I'm not really ready to make that work yet. Oh, let's keep upgrading us. Right, I'm not using solar sails. I'm not using solar energy diffusion. I do like this. Makes our drones faster. Vein utilization we're not at yet. Vertical construction, we don't care. That's green science. Has a full-time job on top. Yeah. We'll in-queue some purple science when that's done too. Ooh, makes our mecha robot even better. That's exciting. Make us go faster. Sure. I'll just queue up a bunch of stuff, mostly just so it keeps moving. Okay, so I want to make... What do you think? 12? I think 12 is a pretty good number here. Yes. Okay. Where is literally anything? Uh-oh. Yeah, look at that. We're already connected. All right. So we're now making iron. Pardon me. So I want to use my table for remote commander setup. Sounds like a fun way to play Magic long distance with friends. I've really been enjoying just like jamming commander online with folks. Like a bunch. Does this work? Oh, it does, and it fits in the grid. Yeah. I shouldn't have been that excited, but here we are. Are we gonna have enough power for all of this? Maybe just barely. Oh, I'm not actually researching this here. Okay, we got iron. Okay. So next we want to set up copper. Am I free on Sunday? You're setting up a game. I am free on Sunday anytime after 3 p.m. I'd love to be in a game. What does this mean? Sorry, it's just like, let me check my schedule before I commit to anything. Yeah, we good. We good. My February is actually so empty. Isn't this beautiful? This is compared to... This is like a normal one. But yeah. Look at this. Look at how beautifully open my Februaries are. Anyways.
You have unlocked the logistics carrier engine level 4. It allows the logistics vessel to warp, but they will consume 2 space warpers back and forth to transport cargo. So needs to make sure there are enough space warpers in the interstellar logistics station at any time.
Is it okay for us to see it? Yeah, that's why I checked before I put it on to make sure I was actually comfortable with sharing what was on there. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I guess there's a spoiler in that I'm not doing anything cooler. The lack of information is also information. Okay, so now we have copper. Copper's good. What's the fastest way to power this? Does any of the language seem slightly off in this game? This is not an English first development company. This is like a 5-person studio out of China or something like that. So there's like some of the translations are a little bit clunky, but that's still fine. Game is just so heckin' solid. Okay, so now we have copper, and a reminder that we are trying to create finally the assembly of these. So what we want is we want to grab 1 iron input, 1 iron line, which is down here. I want to turn this iron line into the production of gears. Trying to give ourselves lots of room here. Trying to make our factories as large as possible to give ourselves, or as spaced out and as large as possible to give ourselves lots of room to grow and scale if we have to. Okay, so now we have gears, and this wants iron and gear as well as green circuit. So green circuit requires iron and copper together at last. Oh, that's frustrating. Okay, we want it on this line. Good. So hold on, am I doing this stupid? If I put them here, if I scale them here, then I have my green microchips, and then I have iron, and then yes, I think we're fine. Think this makes sense? It at least makes sense to me. I'm doing it this way, because this, again, I'm trying to give myself as much room as possible. So 1, let's go ahead and make 5. Always need green microchips. There. That could go up if I needed it to. That's fine. My favorite, like, weird English in a video game is the Canadian voice in Civ 6. The dude sounds like an alien. The Canadian accent is like, what? It sounds like what English would sound like if an alien was speaking it. Just like, what? Are you okay? All right, so green circuits, we have gears, we have green circuits, we have iron. Okay, so I do want to go up and over here. Okay, so that's there. These green circuits are now coming out this way. Sorry, let's go way further down here. Civ 6 uses a native Hindi speaker for Gandhi instead of a Gujarati speaker speaking Hindi, and it drives you nuts. You're just like, I can tell the difference, game. I'm disappointed. Okay, so we now have all the pieces we need to make these. Let's gonna make 2. Is 2 stupid? No. Always make more than you need. Okay. So those are going to come out, and they're going to go down this way. So we're finally mass producing, or automatically producing these. The way Guru speak Hindi is very distinct. Our vowels are different. Ah. Is this game very taxing on a system? I don't know. I have a brand new computer, which was like my Christmas present to me. And things seem to be running pretty smooth. But I don't know if it's because the game is optimized or... Let's put that there, because I think that's going to allow me to do this. Exactly the sort of way I want it to. Okay, so we're doing it. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to set up the chemical plant. Chemical plants that are going to produce graphene. From what I've heard, I'm pretty happy with the Vietnamese in the new DLC. Heck yeah. Let's see how much of this new fancy fuel we have. I'm actually pretty curious. Pardon me. Did I go the wrong way on this planet? Or are we good? All right. Okay, so there we go. It's now saturated, I guess? That's actually rad. And how full are you? Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, that's cool as heck and also a bit of a problem. So let's just double that. Okay, we've got 13,000. All right, we're going to have to deal with this soonish. Good. So the next thing we want to do is we want to start requesting fire ice. And let's just go ahead and demand like 5,000. And we want to start producing graphene. We want to start producing this stuff. And we're just going to put the hydrogen right back in. I don't know. 5 seems like a good number. So here's my genius plan for this. So check this out. We have the one thing out. Oh, hold on. No. We're going to move all of this by 1. Y'all are going to be amazed at this. You're going to be like, wow, Serge, you're so smart. Like, I know. All right. So we do this, and then we do this. So the way this works is we're going to take, we're going to take the fire ice out, and then we're going to put the hydrogen back in. Isn't that elegant? You're surprised at how much hydrogen makes it all the way back through. It's pretty flush. So somebody did the math that we are in fact consuming, what was it, like 96.9% of it all? Was that the math that somebody did? Technically, I don't need to filter the outputs out, but I should anyways, just to be good. You think this is cute? I do too. Because then what we're going to do is send the output back to ourselves. Okay. So now what this is going to do is we are going to be locally supplying graphene. Or graphene, or however you pronounce it. I just need to power this. Need to wait for the fire ice to show up. Deuterium processing could scale 2 more rows if desired, but Matt's more likely fine. Yeah, we put down 100 because it's a 1% chance, but you're totally right. Heron Blade Bastard, another gift sub, hitting K-O-R-T, so thank you for that. Graphene is Daphne's sister, pretty much. Got it. Oh, I didn't give it a recipe. Wait, no, I did. Oh, I didn't. I only gave one of them a recipe. Okay, well, there we go. Fixed. So this is going to produce more hydrogen, and that's okay. Because we have a pretty low buffer, and that just means we're going to request less of it from off-planet, and I'm totally okay with that. So, now that we're producing this stuff, let's head back. Wrong one. Let's head back to stuff. How's our power doing, by the way? We're really upping our power consumption. Ooh, that's bad. You know what, chat? We might actually have to end up burning some of this. What is the transfer rate on the belts that I'm using? Like, how fast are they? 12 per second? All right, how far off am I from making hydrogen fuel rods? Just add titanium? We're literally on a titanium world. Literally on a titanium world. I mean, it'd be silly not to, right? To burn a little bit of this? Oh, is that the wrong fuel rod? Oh, it was the wrong fuel rod. Oh, okay. No, this one actually honks. Nice catch. Nice catch. Yeah, we don't want to have to fly those to here. That's so inefficient. Anyways, I needed 2 components for that. I've solved 1. All right, so we want to locally request these. We don't want many, like 200. And we want to locally request these. This you can demand as many as you want. I don't really care. There we go. It's all working. Feels good to finally have these automated. It only took 30 hours. All right. Wait, what do you mean no power? Oh, that does make sense, I suppose. All right. So we are now, for the first time ever, manually producing these assemblers. So now that we're building these on this planet, I want to start consuming... Okay, I need to start producing these on this world. And that requires these motors, which requires magnets. Oh no. Not again. Wait a second. Hold on. Can I actually just be doing this all over here? Requires motors. Motors requires iron. Iron requires gears. So I do happen to have iron and gears, like, right here. So if I did iron and gears, and magnets is just iron, right? Okay, so now we're going to make some magnets. Wait a second, let's get the magnets on the outside here. Yeah, we should be able to do it all here. I agree, Jeremy. Definitely agree. Okay, so first order of business, I want to make motors. Motors require iron and they require... That's it, right? Oh, iron gear and magnet. And these magnets require magnet and copper. This is going to be easy enough to split. So let's get the magnets online first. You know what? I think I should put these further away. I don't need to have them go in that direction. Why don't I have them go in this direction instead? Oh, because of the curvature of the world. That's fine. This just gives us more room to work, right? And I have iron ore in my inventory. Not anymore. There we go. Foiled again by geometry. I think I just need to learn to never build north-south. But what this does allow me to do is have way more chill area here. Okay, so I want to get copper flowing this way. So if I do a merger right around here, if I do the old this one, okay, so we got copper coming this way now. We've got magnets. So I need to get my copper and my magnets in round about the same place. Okay, so now we have magnets are going to go here. And this is another thing that I always feel like I need more of. So let's get, sure, 6. I just kind of didn't count. But that shouldn't surprise anybody. It's not like I started counting any time recently here. Okay, so there's magnets. And then your output is going to go this way? Sure. Counting wastes the time where I could be building. Jeremy understands me, chat. Wait, are we starting to get like little flickering brownouts here, chat? I'm really terrified that that's what that was. Do we have to circumnavigate the globe? Ooh, no. More, what's that? More solar panels? Great idea, chat. Thanks for the suggestion. Couldn't have said it better myself. Oh, sorry. It's a light canal. You're correct. I think I have like 1,000 solar thingies just sitting in one of my worlds, just waiting to, or one of my things just waiting to get picked up. Is it this one? Good morning. Starting to feel like solar isn't scaling quite as well as we wanted it to. Actually, our power demands on this planet are almost exceeding the power demands on our main planet. Yo, there it is though. Look at that. Sometime soon we're going to be able to do something with all this deuterium though. That's going to be exciting. Is it this one? Yes. There's a way to scale solar collection, but it'll require different infrastructure. Hello everybody and welcome to another riveting episode of Solar Panels and Surge. I'm your host, Surge. What do we want to talk about as we build our way around the world today? I'm gonna do 2 loots. We've had some great topics today. Talked about food from around the world. Talked about the founder of Weekauras, Jeremy Weekauras, I believe that was his name. Other old job experiences. I don't know if my career path is all that interesting. Poison gas safety, human, coffee roaster. tech project manager into internet clown. I mean, that sounds like the journey that most people take in their life. I imagine at least 70% of you in chat have had the exact same career path as I have. Or you're at the same step in the same journey. It's, you know, it's just the Canadian story, right? Yeah, most people don't start as an internet clown, right? Mama didn't raise no clown. Hilariously, there was a while where I was into circus stuff. And I remember my mother legitimately threatening my best friends with violence if I ran away and joined the circus. As any proper overprotective Italian mother would, right? Just like, I swear to God, if my boy joins the circus, I'm coming for you. You'd follow my path if not for your mortgage. I mean, I'm also in a situation where, you know, I don't have kids. It makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, I did, before I tragically lost the ability to do a lot of fine motor motion with my left hand, did a lot of circus stuff. Juggling, fire spinning, all kinds of fun stuff. I'm a clown, but it's not a career. Just a passion project right now? Fair enough. I'd love to stream for a living, but A, I'm not entertaining, and B, I have a kids and a mortgage. See, this brings me back to the nightmare of that sleepless night I had of, you know, I went back in time and somehow was an ethical billionaire. Would I keep streaming? And I wanted the answer to be yes, but it's just like there just come a weird point where so much of what you want to do when you're streaming is just like, okay, how do I make this entertaining for show? A lot of the value return you get for being an entertainer is also financial, which is weird. Maybe that's really pessimistic. I don't know. I guess it's really hard to separate when you have to hustle and do this for a living to suddenly be like, what if I didn't have to worry about it as a living? I don't know. That was a really hard part of what I was trying to unpack. That's true. No, obviously, no, Joe raises a good point. I did start this not as a career. I did start this because I just legitimately enjoyed it. What changed? Oh no! Woo! What happened in 2020, Serge? I don't know, and I don't want to talk about it. Right? When you combine a passion and it becomes a job, it gets a little weird. It definitely does. Alright, let's keep going with solar talk here. I mean, I do live a pretty good life here. I get to hang out. I get consistent Joe snacks. If I was still going to a job at an office somewhere, I wouldn't be getting the Joe snacks. How heartbreaking would that be? Part of my problem is I get bored easily. And I want my escape to be my gig. Yo, that's a good call too. Because yeah, big part of the reason I started streaming is I was getting pretty burnt out working in tech. And I wanted a creative outlet. Which is what streaming was. And I mean, it didn't make sense at the time because sure, let's add another 20 hours a week to an already like 50 plus hour work week. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing that a person who's burning out should do, right? At the same time, I enjoy our parasocial relationship, Serge. Makes me feel like I actually know you and we're friends or something. Weird. Does my soul belong to Twitch now? I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really read the contract that closely. They own my likeness, they own my voice. Anything I make is theirs for at least 24 hours. The fine print might also include my soul. I'm not entirely sure. It's a bit strange having a friend circle of just being of content creators. Well, I don't know. I had a very interesting experience I went skiing in the before times, and we met up with some family friends, and my dad's friend's daughter, who was like, I don't know, 4 years younger than me or something like that. Her job was, she worked in corporate finance in Toronto, specifically selling insurance to like credit card companies or something like that. Like one of those jobs that you know exists, but you're like, wait, people actually do this? And on the flip side, she's like, wait, you're a streamer? People actually do this? And I think it's just sort of that weird thing where you typically make friends with people who do the same thing that you do. Just like, I don't know if that makes sense. So like, I know a lot of streamers because that's what I work in. You know, they're my colleagues and my coworkers and stuff like that. You know, just like software developers know other software developers, and apparently bankers know bankers. It's our water cooler, yeah. It's like proximity. It's also peers, right? You end up often like developing a network of people to support you in your industry, because you need constantly looking for resources, right? Okay, so our power previously was 170 megawatts, and now we're up to 240, which means we can go back to building our factory. All my friends are in tech, yeah. Well, what was weird is I used to have all these coffee friends, and then I stopped working in coffee, and then I had all these tech friends. I stopped working in tech. And you know, you keep a couple as they go, but it's certainly bizarre how fluid and organic friendships can be. All right, I don't want to lose any of this, so I'm going to build another 4 storage tanks. This is going to give us more time to solve our problem here. Hey, Aaron Blademaster, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Ameliette. Are you just like gifting subs to folks? And I don't know. I don't want to say anything because I don't want to create a situation where people start asking for subs. I promise I'm not just paying you to say my name. Sorry, that made me laugh. Coffee friends are especially fluid. I see what you did there. Hey, look at this. You want 50 Constructomatics? I got you covered. Okay. Uh-oh, what was the next stage in our plan? The next stage in our plan was... Oh, hecky. What did I want to do with my life? Oh, we're working on these. Right. We're working on pink things. I need to write that down. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna look at that and be like, Serge, what were you talking about? Are you drunk? Okay, we're working towards the production of strange matter. This requires pink things. What else does this require? That's it. Amazing. Hey, Rock Pusher, thank you for 35 months. Wait, do you feel that? I think a seam of emeralds is closing by. It also means we're really close to my 3-year partner anniversary, which is just like, where did time go? All right, let's just max out all, let's just queue up all the science now that just uses all the science we've unlocked. Okay, looking like we're getting some green science there. More research speed. The Dyson Sphere Stress System. Ooh. Okay, well it looks... Satellite Power Distribution System. What is this? Wide Area Power Distribution Facility provides longer range power transmission and a larger power supply area. Oh! It's a better power pole! Yo, that's really cool. Oh, you know what else I should automate? Because it's literally right here. Is... we have magnets and it's iron? How do you make a power pole? We should make power poles. Heron Blade Master gifting a sub to Jeremy Devoid. Thank you, friend. You really want to play this game? It's a good game, friend. It's a good game. Why was I bringing magnets over? What was I trying to build that required magnets, chat? I'm actually a little bit worried that I forgot what I was building towards. Like, literally, what... Why did I think... Was it the fuel rods? No, it's not the fuel rods, because those... I was making a factory. I was making motors, but why was I making motors? We're making motors so that we can get the electric turbines. Why do we want the electric turbines? What was my end goal? It's not deuterium fuel rods on this planet. Our end goal for this planet is going to be strange matter. Strange matter requires... Oh, it's pink things. Pink things require the green motors. There we go. Okay. So pink things require green motors. Motors require electric motors, which require gears and iron. Thank goodness we got there. All right. Heron Blade Master just on a gift sub streak, taking first place, hitting Insane Violet Mage, and bringing their gift sub total in the channel up to 160. That's very generous. Thank you very much, friend. Okay, so we want to do motors. So for motors, we need to grab this conveyor belt line, and I'm wondering if there's an elegant way to grab this. So we want iron, which is fine. I mean, we want iron. Actually, maybe we just do a sharp 90-degree turn here. No, because we don't want to build... I'm making a bus. Shoot, I'm making a bus. I didn't want to make a bus. So I could also split iron here. And that might be a little bit easier. So bring iron over. So I have iron and magnet, and then just split this over. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so now this is here. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give myself lots of space here so that we can expand any of the base components we need and still have lots of room, right? More towers for shipping to smaller outposts, less belt busing. I think for a factory like this, because we have all the base components, we don't want to ship them too far, so this is all fine. Okay, so after we make the motors, we want to get back, want to make sure the magnets keep going. Okay, so I want to do the factory on this side. And let's assume we're going to need a lot of these things. So let's make like 5 motors, because they're slow, right? They're really slow. I should probably start them, however, oops, after they're able to actually grab all the resources though, right? There we go. Well, actually, I can also split it here. See, did I give myself enough room? I think I did, because I can easily move that down if we need more magnets. Okay, good. Our solar sails are better. Fantastic. Okay. So now, let's go down a ways here. Just keep using this entire planet up. Because then what I can do, hilariously, if I want those green motors, is I can put them right in the very center here. I hope I gave myself enough room here. Let's assume 3 is going to be enough for now. You make me green motors. So this is the sort of thing that I'm probably going to ship off planet now. Your boyfriend Affinity for Fun just bought you the game? Heck yeah! That's cute as heck. Boom, 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 doo-doo-doo. He says, Surge is cute as heck? You're just gonna let your boyfriend roast me like that? Wow. Rude! Okay, we're now making green motors. So green motors were part of what we needed for particle containers. Great. So for this is where we fly in another one of these. Hold on a second here. No, I think we actually use a new one. Okay, let's give you drones. Let's give you power. And you're going to locally request graphene. Local demand. Have a good one, Shivam. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. Okay, so we want these. We also need copper. Do we have... I bet you we could locally request copper too. Is that silly? Yeah, rather than running a conveyor belt this whole way, what if I did this? This is a very interesting idea, actually. What if this locally supplied copper as well? Right? Because then any of the excess copper we're producing here just goes into a system, and then we can supply things all over the planet. Forgot time zones existed. Do they? Time zones even real? Let's be honest. Okay. All right, so how many of these do you think we need? Let's start with 5. So these are going to be making the pink thingies. And then we're going to throw these onto a conveyor belt and put it back out into space. All right, you locally provide. You supply organic, whatever these pink things are called. Now, let's take a look at our production queue. So, almost certainly going to need more of these. That's fine. And then we're just going to keep scaling this up in every which direction. All right, and then let's watch this for a second. All right, how we feeling here? Feeling like we don't have enough magnets. And so we're just gonna, wait, motors. Feeling like we don't have enough motors. All right, easy fix. Just add another 3 of these. And hopefully we've left ourselves enough room to scale. Be kind of embarrassing otherwise. And then we just keep on adding, keep on trucking. Keep on scaling. Because that's what factories love to do, right? Do those reach? Oh, they do. Whoa. I don't know why I got all Batman there. Oh, power doesn't reach at the end. Nice catch. Nice catch. The factory must grow. Okay, so let's look. We are trying to produce more motors. Are we supplying enough? Now what are we short? Now what are we short? We appear to be short iron. But that's okay, because we planned for this. We planned for this, chat. Sir, it just doesn't look at all like you planned for it. Looks like you're just doing more conveyor belt crimes. No, conveyor belt crimes are kind of planning. What? Huh? Sure. Cool. What's that? You worry I'm not getting enough stuff there? It's okay. Crimes. Efficiency is a problem for future surge. When you outscale the current planet, you must make a dedicated start-over area off-planet. Oh, you're probably not wrong. All right, so this is just sort of a weird balancer that we're trying to do. So since we're getting like a weird 50-50, what we're doing is we're causing an overflow to go over in this direction. All right, and it would also appear that magnets are an issue. Not making enough magnets. All right, well, just keep on scaling, right? Oh, why did I build north-south? What a nightmare. Okay, so now that we're producing more magnets, now what happens? I thought you could adjust output ratios directly on a splitter. No, you could do priority. What a priority does is it says everything that goes in a certain direction. Your choices for a splitter are either automatically even divide in every direction, or everything goes one way until it is full, in which case it goes in a different direction. Those are your only options. I'm probably gonna have to rebalance these as well. Maybe? I don't even know. Yeah, so you can see the 50-50 there, but it'll back up. That's a bit frustrating. It also clears you of all charges regarding conveyor crimes. Yeah. Yeah, like splitters and mergers are a lot smarter in Factorio. Well, they're more compact. One of my frustrations is how large these are, because it means you can't put a splitter in a very compact space. All right. Is this enough magnets? Barely. So the nice thing is, now that I'm giving it enough of a supply, it does look like it's producing more for motors. Oh, there's our other problem, chat. Because they're all going onto the same line. Very interesting. You know what? I have a new plan. I should do this. Does this work the way I want it to? No idea. Oh, that's so crimey. So many crimes. Okay, and then I just need to... Maybe? It's all working the way I want it to? I guess so? Hey, what's up, Deviant Alice? You got a miss group? Nice. Have a good one, Lady McCall. Good luck timing your keys. Alright, we're not getting nearly enough copper now. Not getting nearly enough copper now. I see why. Everything scales. Oh. There. I'm gonna run out of conveyor belts and everything here, chat. This is a little spooky. I brought so many with me, and we might be running low. Do I need to make these on this planet as well? No. Okay, so we have now doubled copper. Please go that way. Actually, I think what I just need to do is... This is where we want to try and get some balancing in. And I think what this will do... I think if Factorio's taught me anything, this should balance it. Does that look even? Oh, I'm completely out of conveyor belts. Oh, amazing. Amazing. We had 1,600 on us when we started down here. That's actually incredible. Am I going to handcraft some of these? I guess I can. Wow. I guess I have to? This is looking light as well. Yeah, I can't even do anything. Amazing. Okay, I guess we fly back to our home world now, eh? That actually feels kind of cool. Wait, hold on. Do I have enough, just takes iron and magnet to make a power tower, right? Okay. Let's be a little cheeky here. Let's finally get ourselves a power tower. Because I can build that without conveyor belts. Request them from the homeworld. They're not going into a... They're unfortunately not being loaded into a station yet. Because we have too much debt at that point. Much like these... What, like, realistically, I should have a interstellar station that I put the towers in, and I put these into, so I can request them, but we're not there yet. We're just putting them into boxes instead. Which is bad, okay. Let's go find our first spot. We have a shame box. Maybe we left ourselves a gift. We almost certainly didn't leave ourselves a gift. Don't be silly, Search. This isn't how it works. Okay, that's fine. This world is looking so cool, by the way. And you can really tell the difference between our secondary planet versus our first planet, eh? I mean, this is one big indication of it. Oh, pardon me. That was a big sneeze. Oh, I have gears. Those help me do anything? 1,000 foundation. Hey, some tower things. Put those away now. It's actually great to have on me. Put those away. I guess we just fly back. And that's fine. So what else are we going to do when we head back? We're going to grab a bajillion of these. Okay. So when we head back, I guess we can try and clean up a bit of debt. Well, I mean, I think this is just what we grab, right? Grab these. We also want to put belts, grabbers onto space station. This game is so fun. All right, and I think I want to do maybe a slightly shorter day today. So once we're done setting up this new fuel, maybe we just call it there. Because again, I've been sleeping really poorly this week, and I should probably take a bit of a chill day. Also, this afternoon, I also want to try and jam a bunch of World of Warcraft with Adam. He says he's gonna push me through some keys. He's gonna help level me up from a little pumper to a medium-sized pumper. I've been enjoying World of Warcraft. It's been a good time. I've been kind of falling out of doing the dailies. They're feeling a little bit grindy. And like the weeklies, I haven't been doing any of my weeklies. But I'm really enjoying raiding, and I'm realizing that I'm starting to fall behind everyone else in my raiding group in terms of gear. The average eye level for my raiding group is like 215, and I'm sitting there at 205. And I think one of the big things that's holding me back in terms of like overall damage numbers to keep me up with the really good DPS people in my group, like Adam and Koo, is my eye level. At least that's what I'm telling myself. If I have the same eye level and I fall behind, it's because they're just better than me, which I'm perfectly happy to accept. He was active in WoW, but I don't have a raid group or guild. Once I finished my Covenant story, I just kind of stepped away from it. I mean, if you're interested, I don't know if you're Alliance or Horde side, but we have a really fun Horde guild on Moonguard. I think there's got to be a couple. Yo, any Snorsh people in chat right now? And I find, you know, MMOs just aren't the same without community. Yeah, Pharmacist Judge. Heck yeah. Just there's somebody's playing WoW alone. I was wondering if we could help. Yeah, getting conveyor belts and grabby things online is a very good idea. That really shouldn't have taken me this long to do. All right. How's our world doing? How you doing, buddy? It's been a while. Oh yeah, look at all this beautiful debt. Just debt everywhere. That's a lot of hydrogen. Good. Can I ship you off planet? Don't think I can. All right, so here's what we do. We just destroy them. See? Problem solved. There's a Snorsh guild on Moonguard. It's Horde side, and it's very friendly and low pressure. I mean, what a sales pitch. What a sales pitch. Where are my processors? Phew. Just fly around looking for processors. They're over here. Once Snorsh has a Euro guild you're in? Yeah, that's tough. Alright, I can make 4 of these now. Excellent. Then after this, I want titanium and more of the pink things. This is why I'm really glad we're doing all the pink processing off-world. I guess... Wait, no, it's fine to have a little bit here. It's just like, all we ever do is fill this box, so... I don't know if it's just EU events in Pharmacist Judge, or if it's like actually... I hear WoW was really bad for cross... whatchamacallits. Okay, so we're making ships for all of those. I need to grab about 300 more drones. Okay. All right, so this is all looking good. Cross realm, maybe? Yeah, you'd have to make a new Blizzard account. That's the thing. Yeah, there's like no crossplay between Europe and NA, if I'm remembering that correctly. Okay, what is this doing? This is doing very little for me. I need another one here, because I want to grab 1, 2, and... Where's my conveyor belts? Collides with another object, too close to a logistics station. Well, there's an easier way to do this. Just put it out over here, right? All right. So I want you in there. Right, I actually need my conveyor belts in order to make this work. Oh, you're all the way down here. That's fine. That's totally fine. So I don't need these to go into storage anymore. Oh, I do kind of need them to go into storage. All right, there we go. So I do want to say, all right, you are going to be providing tier 2 things, remote supply, local supply, cap at like 3K. Welcome back, Snack Pack. How you doing, my friend? Doesn't have power. You're literally sitting in a field of power. All right, actually that was kind of perfect. Okay, next thing we want to do is we want to get all of our grabby arms onto there. Pardon me. All right, and then once again, we delete this. Got 1,000 on me, as one does. Grabby arm, remote supply. But we definitely only need like 1,000 of you. Okay, okay. Third order of business is we probably want these splitters on there too. This is going to be a little bit trickier. Oh my god, does it work? No, it sure didn't. Okay. I have a new plan. There we go. Conveyor crimes. Oh no. Conveyor crimes. You can tell we just It was at this point that we discovered that Surge just stopped caring. All right, you are going to be supplying these, and yeah, we only need like let's be real, we need like 200. All right, okay. Okay, this is cool as heck. So those have all showed up. These can be deleted. I have more towers. I have more drones. What else did we need to do on this planet, chat? Can you remember anything? Anything I may have forgotten of? Forgotten of is not English. Anything I may have forgotten? I could probably be making wireless power towers as well on the New World. It's not crimey enough? Really? I appreciate that. You know what? That's flattering. I could maybe put the drones on there too. You know what? That's probably a really good call. You shall provide the drones. And yeah, we only need like 1,000 of those. Speaking of which, give me my 300 or whatever I had on me. Okay. Okay. I think the tower has no spaceships yet. Oh, this one! Nice catch. Yeah, we weren't actually doing anything. Well, we don't have any demand for it either. We're kind of just using it for storage. But you're right. It wasn't going to do anything for us if we didn't fix that. All right. And then we have grabby arms. We have everything we need for ourselves to move on. I should make maybe 10 more of these before we leave then. And I am short fancy titanium for that. I don't have spaceships being produced, no, because they're kind of a giant pain in the butt. Because they're all over the place. We're not really doing a great job of consolidating these yet, so we're making them by hand. Which I know is really bad. All right, let's head to our new world. Is there anything else that you can put on that tower? It's got one more slot. I think that can be a project for future us. I think right now I'm pretty happy with what we're doing there. Because like a lot of this doesn't even matter anymore. Like these green circuits don't do anything other than produce purple things for me here that realistically I don't need because they're being mass produced in another world, right? But it's nice to have some on this planet. Like this planet is just like tech-deck.planet and we don't worry about it. I guess we could try and make a logistics ship area. We're just a couple of steps away from that still because we have the rockets here. We have the actually we have 2 out of 3 pieces. Do I have an open slot anywhere? How are goods transported between planets? So there's 2 different transportation things. There's drones, and these are intraplanet. They work to supply towers. So you set towers up as either supply or demand, and then little drones fly back and forth. And then interplanet is handled by these rocket ships. Which are also set up as supply and demand. So if we zoom out, you can see we've got a pretty good network of rockets flying between worlds. Anyways, let's get off this planet. We're working on our new cooler planet now. right, I'll give you a second. Where actually am I going? That's the third. We want the fourth. So we want to see where all of our ships are going. There it is. So I am curious about our production and consumption of... Oh, wow. Look at this. All right, we do need to produce just a little bit more fire ice. I didn't realize that. So it looks like we need one more. Maybe we need one more? I don't actually know. Because consumption can be misleading. Well, if consumption is higher than production, that's bad. But like, if they're exactly the same, I don't know if consumption is just being like... What happens if you crash into the gas giant? Nothing bad. So when I look at something like this, I don't know if production is actually just being limited by consumption. For example, if we've got so much supply that consumption is maxed out and supply is being throttled as a result. Or if we're actually producing a deficit. Like, I can't tell when I look at something like this. Right? Like, when the numbers are basically the same, I don't know what to think. Aaron Blade Master, again! Gifting a sub, this time to Boom! Or Boone, sorry. Thank you for your generosity. Yeah, so the gas giant, you can't land on it. You kind of float just above the surface, which is kind of interesting. And so you run around past it. We once accidentally crashed into it, and now we're actually harvesting some resources off of it. But yeah, let's finish the production of strange matter. And then once those are being put somewhere, do I burn it? What do I do with what do I even do with strange matter? Strange matter is necessary for... There we go, for the production of the graviton lens. Yeah, you need it for warp, and then that unlocks the ability to travel between stars. So I think what we do is we start getting ready for next stream. I closed my text editor, apparently. And I want to look into solar sails, and I guess we look at getting to a new star, which would be really cool. Pardon me. Alrighty. So we over here now. And now that we're over here, we need to drop down another transportation network. And I found the trick. The trick, by the way, is to put power right in the corner. That way you don't get in the way of your own lines. And we want to be locally demanding these, which we are producing, right? Yeah, we are. Amazing. Okay. And now... What do I make this in? I make this in a particle collider. Oh, buckets. Oh, no! I didn't read that. Oh, no. Oh, no, chat. Oh, bamboozled. Okay, so we need to be producing these. Oh, this honks so hard. Okay, well, we're a couple steps away, so we have to do frame materials. Why do I still have my task manager open? Okay, pink things are done. So we need to make frame materials in an assembler. Okay. Frame materials require the tube wire, which requires the meshes, which we already have, as well as titanium, which is here. Okay. So this is good. Titanium. The second thing we need is fancy titanium. Well, it looks like we might be making these off planets sooner than we assumed. All right, fancy titanium we get from... Shoot, titanium, steel, and silicone. That's not what I wanted to see. I didn't want to see silicone or sulfuric acid. Okay, so this we have to get from off planet. Okay. Ship in buckets. Okay. And finally, for the frame material, we need silicone, which is easy. Okay, so let's start making the tube wire. Are we even getting enough of this? How's our surplus? Oh, our storage is... We're laughing in storage. Aaron Blade Master, gifting a sub to Deviant Alice. Thank you, friend. Okay, so you are going to request meshes. You're also going to request titanium. And what do I make those tubes in? I make those tubes in an chemical facility. All right. So... Gifting a sub to Fry. Thank you very much, friend. All right, let's just make like 8 of these, eh? Alrighty, so first things first. Seconds things second. And then just send it right all back. So I'm actually really loving this as our new way of sort of building a factory. When we're kind of out in the middle of nowhere and we have nothing but space, just like drop this down somewhere, right? Take out all the things that you want and just send it immediately back into, basically into like the supply network, right? I don't know if this is tremendously wasteful or if it's actually like very elegant. All right, and last but not least, the last one here. Also, check this out. The game does a very good job of understanding the distance you want to do when you do a shortcut there. Okay, so we're now producing tube wire, done. We've got silicone, done. It's the fancy titanium now, which is a little bit tough. It's more power hungry than a bus or conveyor. Yeah, that's fine. Elegantly wasteful. I like that. Wasteful, elegant, basically the same thing sometimes. Yeah. It introduces batch lagging, which may or may not be significant. That's fair, right? Because I suppose a conveyor belt has the benefit of constantly supplying something, but I remember in Factorio, when I was playing with my friend Fuji, he put everything on trains, and I was just like, isn't this bad? And I think his solution was just flood it in supply. Just flood it in supply and you'll get there. Okay. So I think we have to fly back to our world again just to ensure that fancy titanium is ending up on a planet. On something, but before we do that, I guess why don't we... Hold on a second here. Why don't I actually make the whole... No. I have a new plan. Let's not put that in here. Let's bring everything we need to here, right? Because we're going to fly in the titanium. Yeah, let's just transport tube wire, fancy titanium, and silicone all to here. That's a better idea. Should I reverse this? I'm going to reverse this conveyor belt line. And make it slightly less wasteful. All right, so now if this is locally demanding... Now if this is locally demanding silicone... Factorio trains are also batch lag, and that's a place where buffers are actually necessary. Right. Well, I guess a little? I don't know. Oh, no, there's chests. Yeah, there's a bit of a buffer there. No, you're correct. There's an art in making those work as well. Yeah. So now what we want to do is we want to put down an interstellar one here. Turn this down so it doesn't bankrupt me power-wise. What are the chances if I just ask for power that it's going to work? What if I just ask for titanium? Oh, I'm a genius! No way! I had already put it in the network chat! Oh my goodness, I'm so pleased. Oh, thank you, Pass Surge. Look, Pass Surge, I give you a tough time sometimes, but like right now, my boy, my man, you did it. Okay, so I want to be producing what now? I closed my Sublime Text Editor again. I want to be producing frame material and an assembler. Great. How many of these do you think we need? Let's go with 5. 5's a good number. Maybe 3. Maybe 5 is greedy. But we're leaving ourselves lots of room to scale, and it looks like a bunch of buildings are going to need these. I am so thrilled with myself right now, chat. I can't even begin to tell you. All right, and then you are going to, your job is going to be to supply the universe. These frames. Oh. Very, very, very pleased right now. That is one thing that makes the network better than the belts. With the network, you only need one import. You can have many outputs. Yep. Drones and spaceships. Excellent. Thank you. All right. So now, what's the current project? Hey, what's up, Mixman? We're working on the production of strange matter, so we can go into interstellar stuff. Oh, geez, and our deuterium is getting full, so it couldn't come soon enough. Okay, so we also want to locally demand I don't know, probably only like 500 of these if I'm honest. All right, so we've got deuterium, we've got the other two things, and we're making strange matter in a particle collider. Right, the particle collider, I forgot. That's why I'm making the materials. It's not to actually to construct these. I just need to make the particle collider. Be very nice quality of life if you stole those from your inventory when you have them. Alright, so I should be over here waiting for those frame materials to be made. Wait a second. Alright, we're back this way. Oh, they've all arrived! Yes! Okay, how slow is this? How many do we have in storage? Absolutely 0? Oh, that's because I don't have an output. That makes a lot more sense. What do you think? That seems pretty slow. Let's double it. And honestly, are there any sweeter words in a factory game than let's double it? I mean, maybe let's triple it. Can you not stack assemblers? No. No, you can stack storage, but not assemblers. Also, the grabby arms do have a bit of a tricky time pulling off of different heights. So it's not necessarily like a super elegant solution either. Wait, don't tell me there's a brownout. Can't afford a brownout right now. Ah! Oh, that's really bad. Alright, particle collider. Oh, I'm missing these blue things. Am I making these blue things on this world? I'd be really sad if I'm not. I think I am, though. Wait, am I not? Is it not this planet? Ah, yeah. There's a smelter with no recipe there. Well, there is very difficult to say because I have a lot of smelters all over the place. So not here, not here, not here, or here, or here. There it is. It was titanium, unless I also missed one in iron. Okay, well, we're still not done, and that's okay. So we have to head back to our other planet. We have to grab some blues. Jeez, do I have to do another row? You know what? Let's just do it. Because apparently this is all we do on this show, is place down solar panels. Hello everybody, welcome to another and exciting episode of Solar Panels with Surge. Today on the show, I don't know. Which planet is this where the batteries and exchangers are somewhere new? This was our original second planet. Do the planets do the solar panels rotate to follow the sun? They do. It's very pretty looking. So as we get to the dark side of the planet, you'll see, oh, this is bad. Why'd I do that? Ah, whatever. Can we name the planet Jace because of how many belts it has? Would it be Jace or would it be Lulu from Final Fantasy X? Wasn't she the character who wore a dress just made out of belts? Did Dante wear a bunch of belts? You can always just burn some of that fuel if you're tired of building the canal. Just like in a regular old burner? That seems really inefficient. Wait, hold on. If I'm flying... No, I don't have the blue motors here. Oh, okay. I was going to say, could I be producing those fuel rods here? Yeah, so check it out. You could see when the sun went away that these pivoted. How cool is that, eh? Yeah, it's an amount of solar panels. It's not scaling quite as well. Dyson swarms. I think that's what we're going to look into next stream. So next stream... we want the Dyson swarm. We want green technology. And we want to consider exploring an new star. I think you have production of those blue motors near your grabber belt splitter tower in Planet 1. I just don't know if... So the problem with that planet is it's not really optimized for exports. So I'm really worried about... Because it's where all my tech debt is, I'm really worried about trying to reliably, like, grab things off that planet. And I think I should strip that world of everything other than oil and gas production by the end of it, right? But, you know, here we are. There's only so much refactoring you want to do in a game like this. What I should probably just focus on doing is just getting into a new star, get warp drives going, and just sort of figure stuff out there. Research isn't moving. Yeah, that happens. That probably means my hydrogen is full in our main world. Maybe I should try sending that hydrogen off planet too. Okay. Make sure you bring enough warp things if you go off planet to make sure you can get back. That's hilarious and terrifying, both at the same time. Okay, so we're heading back again. Feeling a lot like Team Rocket here. We want to find our star. Where's our star at? There it is. I mean, we'll probably just end up saving before we go off planet. Okay. So we need blue thingies. Fancy titanium is being shipped in from off planet, which is really cool. Follow that iron. Gets in a taxi. Follow that iron. What? Yeah, let's see if I can't ship our hydrogen off world. Forgetting to bring warps is just new game plus. That's funny. I like that. Does hydrogen affect purple? Yes. Because what's happening, purple is being made out of these, which require meshes, which are being produced by fire ice, which has excess hydrogen, and we're not doing anything with that hydrogen. I could be... Oh, I know what I could be doing with that hydrogen. I'm really silly. I have an idea. All right, let's get going a little bit faster. I realize, I think that other oil and gas thing is actually fairly well balanced. And there are some hydrogen burners down there that aren't doing anything, so I think I could pipe it into that. Yeah. The main reason we haven't just abandoned our homeworld is it's the only world in our system that has oil. Yeah, hydrogen is backing up because fire ice isn't being produced, which means we're not getting mesh, which means we're not getting tubes, which means we're not getting purple science. I think I have a solution. Oh, and water. You're right, it's the only world with water. I need to be pretty careful then with covering up the whole planet, because there's a couple things we need for water, right? Whoop. we land exactly where I wanted to land? Yeah, like this is almost something we could pull out. We don't care about this anymore. Speaking of, though, let me get my bearings really quickly here. Oh, it's completely full. It's completely full because we're not using red science. Okay, there we go. There we go. Is this still full? Oh, it's so full. I see. I see the problem. There we go. Yeah, it's amazing how bad this gets. So I need to be shipping this off. I need to be getting this hydrogen off the planet. It might, because we do want to have... Wait a second here. That's bad. Yeah, this needs to evenly split. So I guess I take half of this? No. No. I think this is bad. I think this is actively bad. Can you set up some... We don't need to store red science or anything, though. Like, eventually we're going to be out of science, but we're going to want to keep burning hydrogen, right? Need to drain this enough that it flows. So it's a surplus of something useful. I don't think that red science is a surplus of something useful, is the only thing. And also, I'm fairly certain that we have a tremendous surplus of red science already. Yeah, we have 5,000 red surplus in this science tower and in that one as well. I guess, yeah, we could drain from here is probably actually a way better spot to drain from. Drain from after science, eh? Not first. We should drain from here. So if it doesn't get used by science, it goes that way. And then if it backs up, it goes into a storage tank. I think that's an elegant solution. Okay, so that's just one side, though. We need to be looking into why our purple science backed up. No, we don't. We know why it backed up. We backed up because of up here. No, it didn't. That was still working. What the heck? That's totally full. Purple science. What the heck? Plastic. Oh! No, it was this bottom section. It was this area that backed up. We weren't getting plastic from here because everything else backed up. And because hydrogen backed up, we weren't getting refined gas. And because we weren't getting refined gas, we weren't getting plastic. Oh, wow. Because we weren't getting plastic, we weren't getting yellow science. Oofa. I know we don't have science going. But that's because everything was broken before. So there wasn't any point in turning it on until we had debugged. I think we're good now. Hydrogen, man. Hydrogen. All right, let's check out our upgrades again. And yes, I can see when I don't have science on chat, please. We're getting a little too rapid fire in the help. Slow it down a bit. So then if you snake through the practitioner grid, it should prevent it from backing up. No, this one sucks. This grid is not efficient enough to consume hydrogen that comes through in like high enough volume. It just isn't. Okay. So we are demanding this. Are these blue? So give me a second here. What does our blue production look like? This is it. Yeah, this is why I say we can't reliably be requesting these off-world. They only take coal. They only take coal. So if we shipped refined oil off planet, we could get coal or energetic graphite, pardon me, as a byproduct and build it somewhere else. Because like this is something that needs to be fleshed out. Yeah, it takes magnet, which is iron. It takes these green turbine motors. All right, we'll take 200. 200 will let me construct how many of these? Probably more than I need. No, wow, barely at all. That'll let me make 4? How many particle colliders do you think we need? 6? 8? For people in your game who are making these, how many do you have? And could I be making deuterium? No, I really can't. You have 4 to 5 dedicated to space warpers? Okay. Yeah, let's do 6. Oh crap. Okay. What are the differently colored patches of ground in the area? Oh, that's before I learned that you could turn off filling the sea. Heron Blade Master, another gift sub, this time hitting Skylar Ringtail. Thank you, friend. Okay. Let's start flying back. Let's make these. Ooh, I can start with 3 right now as we fly. That's kind of cool. Need more of that fancy titanium. I think we're okay for the production of fancy titanium. We have what? 8 of these going? I could get more. That would appear to be literally just one more surge. I mean, if we moved, we really don't need this titanium. Oops. I'm making these now because I definitely don't want to get off-world and then realize we're short. And this is something that can only be produced here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, no, we're burning hydrogen. Okay. So yeah, we can't really up this without more refined oil. This area seems to be... Right, we could get another refinery or two. That's a problem for future us. Yeah, no. We are not utilizing everything there. We're not getting enough sulfur. Once again, we find ourselves in the problem of oil and gas. It never stops. Let's just build up our shame just a little bit more before we fly off world. Perfect. There we go. Our shame backlog is complete. The side is not as important as the other one though. No, the other one is now also shipping into space, so I think we're fine. Yeah, we got our 5 tubes here. All going to space. This is actually looking okay. The fact that a bunch of that's already gone. Wait, did I not give this? No, it has ships. Okay. Oh, do I have to supply each one of these with space warpers separately? That might get really frustrating if that's the case. Consumable. I don't know how that's going to work. That's a problem for future us, though. Okay. Back to space, chat. That's so pretty, by the way. Okay, let's find where... That's the third. Where's our other world? Where have all of our ships gone? There it is. All right, to Fornuses the Fourth, to build ourselves a couple of colliders, and then to call it a day. I like how I said I was going to take an easier day, and we've still been going over 5 hours today. Man, you really get sucked into this game, eh? Holy moly. You can pipe space warpers into towers. Yeah, but suddenly you have to think of a way to supply every one of your towers with space warpers. And that doesn't seem like it scales in a fun way. Right? Or you just have to dedicate like very specific towers to it, and that also seems really difficult. So I guess you either have to be really careful with which worlds are trying to supply interstellar stuff, or they're only one way or something like that. The way it handles belts seems to really solve some of the issues that I have with Factorio systems. Do you want to elaborate? Because I honestly thought Factorio did belts a little bit cleaner than this. This seems to have some of the same issues with belts that Satisfactory did, which is the belts are just a little bit larger than what can like easily navigate its way through your factory. Warpers only need to be in one tower. The ships will take enough for a return trip, thankfully. Yeah, but if you... So, my worry for that Skylar Ringtail, let's say I have 5 different towers and I want everything in all 5 of those towers to be provided on different stars. That means I somehow have to think up a logistic chain to supply all 5 of those towers with warp things, right? Consistently. Whereas if I put in the drones are self-sufficient afterwards. You enjoy the placement at a distance from your character, not having to leave space with the grabby hands. Yes, okay, the way that like the grabby hands work is amazing. Definitely amazing. Loaders? What do we call those? They call them sorters. Yeah, the way the grabby hands work in this, I think, is very elegant. I do think the mergers and sorters, not sorters, I need to use the proper term. The splitters are a little bit too large. Like the footprint is a little bit clunky. Everyone knows what grabby hands means? Okay, good. All right, so I need... There we go. A couple hundred of these. I want 6 particle colliders. I don't have enough of the fancy titanium. It's okay. Got that covered. I have 3 already. Let's make another 3. Pardon me. Not enough of the mesh things. Oh. Alrighty. So hopefully we got there in time that our deuterium hasn't backed up. Ooh, it was getting close. It was getting close. Do I have any other outputs I have to worry about here? Oh, interesting. Wait, it's the same 1% chance. I have to be providing this with iron as well. I think we're fine, though. Why? What the? Is that too far away? Oh, it was too far away. Okay. Now we want... Actually, you might end up moving. Oh, shoot. Alright, we want iron. We want to be locally demanding iron. Everything is just going to be slightly off by 1, and that's okay. We can live with this. No, Snurge, we're not killing anything. We're not cool at Snurge. Jeez, so violent. All right, and then finally we have all of these rods, which I guess, where do we want to store those? We could put them back in here. This could store 10,000 for us, I guess. Apparently Snurge hates off by 1. Apparently. Who knew? Looking at this right now, the scope of these structures, it's huge, right? Yeah, like how big is this dude? Is our first question. Okay, so we are now producing this dark matter. I just don't know where to put it. I guess I could just put it back in here. It's a cool looking building. It's very neat. It's very futuristic, eh? Oh, this is not done. Oh, listen to it. Cool. Is this a moon? No, this is another planet. There's no moon. This is bad. Can it not reach? It can reach if it's directly across. So I need to output this now somewhere. Probably figure out the size of the mecha based on the trees. Yeah, but we don't know what the size of the trees are because there's no animals to compare it to either, right? I may as well just throw the dark matter back in here. What do I do with it? So I use this to produce this. Diamonds, which comes from coal, which we have 0 on this planet anymore because we burnt it all. Okay. Or the energized graphite. So I guess we do ship this off the world. Or we transport diamonds to here. Do we have coal on this one? Stone, 0 coal. Okay, so we need coal here. I think we do have coal. I think we do have coal being shipped internationally, though. Internationally is a weird word. Alright, well, let's start putting it on a conveyor belt. Just so we start doing something with it, right? And we're going to send it over this way. Wait, are we browning out again? How expensive are these? Oh no, chat! Oh no! They're really expensive. Alright. Can I burn dark matter as fuel? Is that a terrible idea? Any scientists in chat want to talk about, theoretically, the idea, the logic behind maybe burning this as a fuel source? The wisdom, rather. Someone was saying we can just burn hydrogen. Is that even true? It worked in Futurama. It did work in Futurama, right? They had that little thing that pooped it, didn't they? I think this is actually fairly well balanced. Just as the concept of a Dyson sphere is unimaginable, the resources needed would consume multiple star systems. Yep. Dark matter and matter, lots of energy, so you could, but if you should, It's actually really cool to see that that this system is not necessarily neutral, but it is consuming hydrogen, which is great. This is so cool. Wait, can I be just straight burning this? Just like, I wonder. I think I put some burners in a box on here. I wonder if that's just really inefficient, but it might help us in a way. Trying to find that old shame box from back in the day. I think it's over here. It's by one of our towers. There it is. Yeah. Dear shame box, How have you been? Am I producing more than I am consuming for strange matter? I have no idea. I haven't done the math. So... I have 100 of these. Let's ask her. Let's do some math here. 100 of these. I have no idea. I have no idea what the output rate is of this. Wait, hold on. I think we can tell. So we want it only on this world. Hey, what's up, Max? Thank you for 35 months. We are producing... It doesn't actually show it, does it? Power? No. What do you mean producing? Oh, right. Back onto this world. Oh no, there we are. Okay, so we are producing at 440 and we're consuming at 247. So we're fine. Is there a Discord for this channel? We have, in the Brew Crew, we have a sort of generic Satisfactorio channel for this genre, so yes. Okay, so it does look like we can burn some, which is exciting. So I wonder if these just work. Yeah. What kind of power are we getting out of this? 2.6. Okay, 2.16 is basically the exact same as burning anything. This doesn't seem to be burning any more efficiently. So that's fine. That is what it is. It is producing like 0 power. But hopefully that gets our... Right, we do want to consume more of this, though. Conversion rate 80%. Yeah, that's not very good. Those are all totally flush. I think we've hit our goal, though. I think we've hit our goal of we're now producing this matter stuff, and that's good. This building is so wild looking, by the way. All right. Oh, right. There's... Sorry, I've discovered the problem. The problem is we're not actually doing anything with this. Sure, this is a terrible idea. Let's do this for now. All right, and I think we're not going to be needing to burn anything as soon as we start doing this. All right, let's check those stats now. All right, and our consumption is now spiking. Okay, good, good. But to how much? How's our production dropping? Well, I guess right, because it's a percentile, so it'll sort of average out. Okay. Great. Perfect. Actually, great. Great. So I think we actually don't want to be burning any of it. No, I think we definitely don't want to be burning any of it. I think we just want to be turning all of it into dark matter. All right, good talk. Because that's not worth our time. That is tremendously inefficient. Can't deposit directly into a tank, which bothers me. Can I burn hydrogen directly? Yep. Burn the spare hydrogen. On this planet, doesn't matter. On this planet, we don't really have spare hydrogen unless we wanted to import more, which we could. But that's not something I want to worry about today. Today, I think we're going to call it complete. This is project complete. We got dark matter producing, which is awesome. And that's setting us up for the next time we play this to maybe look into Dyson swarm technology or green technology. We'll see. I might also switch it up and switch to some Civ 6 or something like that. Give my brain a bit of a break from all this production stuff. This game is a lot in a good way, but it can be very, very, very dense. But yeah, friends, thank you for joining me today. This has been lovely. I appreciate all the positivity, all the company, all the support, conversations in chat, all that fun stuff. Tomorrow we'll be streaming at our usual time. We'll be back at 9 a.m. Yeah, I think my schedule is actually pretty chill. Oh, also a very special thing that we're doing tomorrow. So tomorrow at 5:30 over on the Loading Ready Run channel at twitch.tv/loadingreadyrun, we're doing a special Coffee with Surge behind the scenes sort of panel. So it's going to be myself and Chris, who is the photographer and editor and sort of actually who pitched the whole show. And Graham is going to be chairing it. We're going to talk about the episodes and then have like a Q&A thing. So if that sounds neat to you, come check that out. Again, that's 5:30 p.m. PST on the Loading Ready Run channel. But I'll be around tomorrow morning just doing normal stream stuff. Let's find somebody to raid and then let's chill. Hopefully get a better night's sleep sometime soon. Joe shouting from the other room. Apparently we're raiding Adam. I'm down. All right, we're raiding my boy Adam. Adam is a lovely human and a great streamer. Does tend to swear a little bit. So if you're here for the family-friendly content, just a heads up. But yeah, go spread that positivity. Go let somebody know that they are loved. Thank you for hanging out, friends. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.